It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Chilly start.
What is it, 48?
48 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 70s, but we won't be hitting that high until like 3 o'clock this afternoon. So up until lunchtime, you're still going to need a jacket.
Brisk.
Bring a jacket.
Or a shacket.
No, don't bring a shacket. You want to look like an ass. I can't finish that. Even yesterday, my daughter had a tennis match, and it was like 68, 69.
It was nice out.
Yeah, but it was still like there was a little chill in the air, a little bit of a breeze.
Yeah.
Some fall breeze doesn't work as good. Words don't line up with the song. But, I mean, look, a little chill if you're outside was the least of people's worries yesterday.
Well, what happened?
What bank do you bank with, Tommy?
Chase.
Okay. If you are a Bank of America customer.
Yeah, they're good. They're Bank of America.
Yeah, well.
All of America.
It got a little scary. Did you see this story?
So they had a glitch.
Yes, there was an outage with Bank of America yesterday.
So you just couldn't access your banking?
Kind of. So some customers could not access their bank accounts, which is frustrating and can be problematic.
Well, especially if you're in the middle of something.
Bingo,
Right.
you got it. So that's bad. That's bad. However, that wasn't the only problem, because it turns out some Bank of America customers could access their accounts.
Oh.
And when they got in, all of their accounts said zero balance.
Oh, no.
Oh. That's not good.
Yeah, that would cause a panic.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it spiked around lunchtime yesterday. And while this was initially happening, folks that work with Bank of America, were unaware that there was an outage. It wasn't until like an hour after where Bank of America realized something was seriously wrong.
Like it took them that long to realize?
They may have known. It wasn't made public.
Right.
Like, hey, guys,
you got
there's
an
an
alert.
issue. Exactly. So yesterday, there were Bank of America customers that just casually logged onto their account to see how much money they had.
And you had a heart attack.
Yes, we're unaware that there was an issue, and you had zero balance.
Yeah, I'd rather just not be able to get into my account.
That's a good take.
Then see goose egg.
Zero.
Yeah.
So, like, obviously, you're going to immediately call Bank of America.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
So everybody's calling Bank of America.
Bingo. And, like, without all of the customers not being able to access it or zero balance, it takes forever to get someone on the phone.
Yeah.
I don't want to know how long yesterday it took these customers to talk to someone to try and sort out what
You
the hell
probably
was going
didn't.
on.
You probably just gave up because, you could be hours waiting.
Or you went to the...
and if you're working, you can't sit there all day.
Look, anything else, I think you're right, you're giving up. But when you open up your account and you see that all of your money is gone,
You can't do anything else throughout the day, right? Like I don't think you can move on and just go about your day until you can get through.
After you find out you're not financially wiped out.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about this. If you were to open up your banking app right now and see that you had a zero balance, your first thought would be...
There's a glitch.
Okay. Wait, that would be your first thought?
Yeah. There's a glitch.
My first thought would be I'm the victim of an identity theft.
But I've never seen yet where somebody got into an account and wiped them out like outside source.
You can't get it back.
Right.
Well, no, I get it, but that would still mean that I have to call the bank.
Yeah, you still have an issue. Yeah.
So, wait a minute. You're telling me you would look at a zero balance and go, well, got to deal with that when I get home.
So I got a couple of these financial apps sometimes when they're down. You got the same one.
Bro, you find me where it says on my phone. My wife comes in and she's like, money. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what the hell's going on.
But sometimes they'll tell you like this site is going to be down over the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you'll check it, forgetting it, and it'll say zero.
Oh. Is it hard for you when you're tracking the Asian markets on your financial app and there's a glitch over the weekend?
I don't know. The Dow may be, up, down, the S&P.
NASDAQ, S&P, buy, sell, check it, jackass.
I will say in this case, it's like the one time it would pay to be somebody that never checks your bank account.
Seriously.
Because I check my stuff all the time, like every morning.
Yeah, like I know people that'll check it multiple times a day. Just to like.
I just do it by
track.
habit in the morning. I just go through all this stuff because it's so easy to do now.
Well, and
you'll get notifications. You want to pop on there and see what's going on.
Yeah.
Not to mention, money leaves your account so much easier today, and I don't even mean by scam, than it did like 20, 30 years ago. Because, you remember, like if I wanted to spend money, I had to write a check or go take out money.
It was brutal.
And like that meant we could keep track of our cash more. I have to look at my bank account to make sure that I'm not spending more money than I should be because I forget. Everybody, right? Like between your card and stuff you can buy on your phone.
Yeah, the thing about this stuff, it hasn't even come in yet.
Exactly.
Right.
Like stuff like that. So, yeah, man, if I see a zero balance, Kim, you see that zero balance, what's your first thought?
Yeah, I would think somebody got into my account. Because like you said, I got in fine, so there's no issue with the website. Yeah. So why is my account empty?
I am curious. Again, we're talking about this Bank of America outage yesterday. Around lunchtime, it was the peak. Half of the customers, it seems, just couldn't access their accounts at all. And it turns out they were the lucky ones because the other half got in and saw zero balances across their accounts. Zero balances across their accounts. I wonder if people that had the zero balances because of the glitch were able to take out money or spend money.
Well, I wonder if everything's frozen. Because you'd think everything would be frozen because there's nothing there. So how would they... Like, you could move money around.
I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Because think about this, man. Like, I mean, most people have all of the money they have in their bank account.
Right.
I mean, unless you're Italian and you got a big old mattress who's got cash lying around. Right? Like, if that happens yesterday and I can't even access my account, think about how effed you would be.
Yeah, especially if you're in the middle of something. I said, if you're in the middle of buying a house, buying a car, doing some big purchase.
But you're not even thinking day-to-day expenses, having to stop to fill up your gas tank, having to grab lunch, having to get groceries.
Well, maybe your credit cards work, if maybe not your ATM, but your credit cards maybe still work.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Let me put off my financial app. Let me take out one of my
You ain't got a credit card?
Let me take out one of my multiple cards that I haven't tried to use. Pulls out his... Can you remember those in the 80s, like those movies where like you knew someone was rich because they'd unfold a credit card book and they were like gold and platinum. Your mic's off.
A bouquet of credit.
Why don't you pick a card, any card? Thomas Muley, financial whiz man.
I wish.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to a man who knows his finances. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Good.
So I fortunately did not get hit by this. Not that it really matters because I'm so busted. Usually by Monday, my account is just zero all week long.
Okay. All right. Well, like, do you keep cash on you, or are you just not spending money during the week?
Well, because of all my bills, I'm usually wiped out.
Well, yeah, that's how money works, Ben. No, it's not like I bought a pony last week and I'm out of cash. Like.
No, like I don't know. If I do have any money, I usually just whatever's left over, I just leave in my bank account.
Okay. All right. So
yeah.
All right, so wait, after the bills are gone, how much actual cash, like either in the bank account or that you have, do you think you spend from Monday until, what, do you get paid on Friday?
Yeah.
All right, so how much actual cash do you think you spend?
Probably about $100.
$100? That's actually impressive. You could do that in 5 days, Ben.
Yeah, it's usually, I survive off of energy drinks and like those, what are they, like the little Ritz crackers or whatever.
That's what you eat all week?
Yeah, dude, I'm broke. Like, what did you eat when you guys were on the road?
I feel like you'd save more not buying the energy drinks.
What are you, an 80-year-old CEO?
She makes a good point. I think they're not.
I would spend more on the food.
God, I hate people like you. If you stop buying Starbucks, you can buy a house.
Don't buy that $7 coffee in the morning.
So I lived off of when I was on the road, I lived off of $3 a day.
For only $3 a day, you could feed a starving, unfunny community.
But I was starving. I was 128 pounds.
Yeah.
No, Ben, I'm not judging you. I'm asking because I did the
sucks.
same thing. Yeah, like
being broke sucks.
I was stealing breakfast sandwiches from the Hampton Inn and eating them all week long. I don't hate you for it, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I got to do what I got to do. But yeah, if I opened my app, I think I did check it yesterday. I had like $20, and now that you guys are saying this, I'm like, wow, I didn't get affected by it. So,
I mean, $20 a day, that's not too bad.
No, he had $20,
$20
end
in
of
his
sentence.
account, he's saying.
Not a day.
I had $20 left in my account last night.
Gotcha.
But he's got $100 a week to spend.
Well, no, but not in his account. It just where does that $100 come from, Ben?
My paycheck on Friday.
Okay. I have a zero balance on that. Well, I spent $100. Like, this math ain't adding up, Ben. But I'm going to let you go. Thanks for the call. Can I just go back to something you just said?
Tommy?
Yeah, Tommy. Because, you're my boy and I love you. As we talk about this Bank of America outage yesterday where half the customers saw zero balance in their account. Did you just say $20 a day isn't bad?
Well, I mean, that's just for him to spend on food.
I understand.
He's a single guy.
I understand. So he's got to eat 3 times.
Yeah.
And he's a grown-ass man.
But he could go to Wegmans and get all that for $20 a day.
Oh, my. Maybe he should buy a bag of apples and a case of water and sell it
Thank
at the
you.
park.
There you go.
Okay.
Sell it at the park.
Okay.
I hear guys are cleaning up.
I understand.
That's how Bezos got his rockets.
Well, that's why that was the name for Apple computers. They started by selling apples, and then they ended up doing...
Did they really?
No. I get that you're old, and you have in your head what things cost from 25 years ago when you were single.
I still see prices.
Bro.
What?
I also understand that there are people that live on $20 a day.
Yeah.
It's not a thing that's healthy.
Oh, I'm sure it's not.
No, but you're sitting here like $20 a day. Man, I wish when I was your age, at $20 a day. You know what? You could get, just for a nickel, you could take the trolley down to Battery Park, still have money left over for a moon pie.
Oh, hold on. If I was living off of $3 a day,
Yeah.
with inflation, that's $20 now.
What year are we talking? 1989?
90 to 93.
Okay,
89 to 93.
Let's pull inflation. And by the way,
I mean, gas was cheap.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It was 89, 99 cents a gallon.
Okay,
What amount were you living off of?
$3
a day. That was
$3
for
okay.
food.
Yeah, for food,
Okay.
period.
In 99.
No booze, by the way. I only drank at the clubs.
For free.
Free.
I didn't tip.
Well, I didn't have any money.
You
man.
monster. So wait a minute.
What was I tipping with?
You got 99-cent gas. You got 99-cent gas that you're not including in this budget. You're not tipping guys giving you free effing drinks. And you sit here and go,
busted.
"Man, when I was
But hold on.
there."
I over-tip now, though, to make up for what I didn't do then.
You over-tip with also free drinks.
$3 a day.
Yeah.
99 is equivalent to.
No, 89.
Oh, 80.
89 to
89.
90.
In 99, he was 72. He was way off the road at that point. And here's the thing. You're my boy. I love you. I sympathize with your thing because I went through the same thing. You were living off of more than $3 a day.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
had
believe
to
you.
have been.
I was 128 pounds, bro.
What are you now, 134? Your boobs grew a little bit?
No, I'm about $1.45, $1.50.
Are you really a $1.45?
Yeah.
You pansy-ass bitch.
What? That's heavy for me.
I have a broom that's heavier than that.
Why don't you sit on it and get the hell out of
I
here?
can't because your mom's already on it. Ow!
Well, she'll share right with you.
$3 a day in 1989.
No,
is
$3 a day.
That's what she just said.
I think she said 30.
$3 a day in 1989 is the equivalent of a grand total
Yeah.
of $7.80
Yeah, there's
today.
no way you lived off $3 a day.
Yes.
No, there's no other
Wait,
way.
$3 a day is only worth $7 now?
From
That's
89?
Yeah, I mean,
with
makes
inflation
sense.
and
Yeah, I
crap?
mean, it's only 30 years ago. I mean, it's not that much.
It's 3 decades.
Thank
It's
you.
$3.
9/11.
How
What
much?
is-
So you thought $3 would be the equivalent of $20?
Yeah, so I
today.
really was struggling, bro.
All right. Dad,
So imagine that. Imagine doing what I did on $7 a day.
you're also not letting the audience know that when we did comedy, a lot of the times the club would give you one free giant meal.
No, bro. Not those crap ass one-nighters in bowling alleys. Yeah, you worked a nice club. You got
You
that.
didn't eat bowling alley fries for free? You didn't get the popcorn that fell onto the ground out of the truckers' mouths?
So I had a theory even back then because everybody was always sick on the road with the flu and everything.
Sure, yeah.
So this guy was working with Charlie Wiener. He goes, I drink my ass off and I never get sick. So that's where I got that theory. If you drink liquor, it kills anything in your throat.
Well, you
to get
got to
the
believe
flu.
Charlie Wieners.
Why would you take medical advice from a man named Charlie Wiener?
He had one of the hottest comedy albums of the year.
Yeah.
12 Inches of Wiener.
Dr. Wiener, ladies and gentlemen.
So that's where I got that theory from. So at night, to answer your question, I drank,
Yeah, okay. All right.
and I still do.
Okay, look, man, look. And this is bothering me even more now that we've transitioned from what happened with Bank of America yesterday to what you could live on a day. Because I know you had these experiences, right? And I know we bust your balls about being Mr. Pittsford Shackett now, but like I know you, having gone through what you went through, it sucks. And
Oh, it
we
was
were
misery.
broke as hell. But even you, who had these experiences, have now grown into a point where, if you stop buying energy drinks at $20 a day, you might as well be a millionaire. It's like having $1 million in the bank. You've become that guy. You've become that guy.
But don't we all become that guy?
I
in the
hope
end?
I don't become that guy.
You do. You do this to your daughters all the time.
What are you talking about?
You don't go upstairs. You're downstairs. You're from a first floor father.
Yes, well, no.
You're not going into the basement.
Whether
You're
it's-
not wearing that. I'm not spending that much money on a ball gown.
That's different. And
Well,
yes,
how is that different? That's the same thing your father would have said.
okay, there's a difference between you should be able to live on $20 and you can't have an expensive dress for the homecoming day. How do you not see the difference, you spoiled ass rich ass bitch ass kid? I had a boat. Then I was broke. Oh no! But now you should be able to live on. Stop buying your energy drink.
Well, don't forget when I was maritime and marine gas was very inexpensive.
I can't believe you eat
No tax.
$3 a day. I mean, gas was 99 cents, guys. It's pretty expensive. 99 cents. I wasn't. There's never been a time in my life where gas, with the exception of COVID, when no one was going anywhere.
Well, you're old. You're younger.
No, but I'm saying there's never been a time where it was under like $3
Yeah,
a
I can't-
gallon,
I can't
$2.50
remember that,
maximum.
no.
Kimmy, when we were driving in high school, it was
Yeah.
$5 a gallon.
So
I had a job to pay for my gas.
Which, in retrospect, the stupidest thing we could have done.
Yeah.
So back in the day, and this is even like before I was of driving age, gasoline stations got into what they call gas wars. This is not during the years where you had to get in line, but when gas was cool.
Sure.
So gas stations would get into bidding wars to drop their prices. That's how cheap gas was. So I can remember at some point as a kid, I'm a little kid, my gas for my old man, I bet you it was 35 cents a gallon.
Shut up.
25 cents a gallon. I mean, that's why he was driving a barge with a V8.
Just out of curiosity, while we're on the topic.
And then he never turned the car up. We just let it run all night. You could hear that gentle hum out in the parking lot. That's how I fell asleep. That and the fumes of leaded gas.
It's all starting to make sense now. Kimmy, just out of curiosity while we're here.
Sure.
Because gas is somewhere around $3 a gallon right now.
Yeah, I think it's $3.50.
I think it's lower than that.
All right.
Could you Google what $5 in 2003 would be today? Because gas around, let's go 2004. Because gas around 2004 was about $5
You had that big
a
spike.
gallon.
Yeah, you had that
and
big
that's the
spike.
thing. And then, there's predictions like gas would eventually be $15 a gallon. And it was going to be insanity. Because, it's around $3 now, which is less. But without accounting for inflation, what would gas be today if the price stayed exactly the same per gallon?
So you said $5 in 2004
Yeah.
is equivalent to $8.50 now.
So Ben could get a couple of gallons of gas.
No, but hear what I'm saying. We had jobs that were making
Paying less than that per hour.
$6.75 an hour.
Yeah.
Yes. And I mean, adjusted for inflation, fine, then we got $13. But we were paying $8.50 a gallon
Just for the gas.
just for the gas to get to work. We were only paying to go to work and go back home. And our parents were like, I had a job and I loved it when I was your age. Get out of there. Stop buying your energy drinks and buy a house instead.
If you had a friend whose parent paid for their gas, that friend automatically drove everywhere.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shut up, you stupid ass bitch.
I was paying the same prices too. I had to go to work.
You had a real job as an adult.
You said this isn't a real job.
It's not you don't do it right, but they were paying you like an adult.
Yeah, you got paid. They paid for everything for you,
You
too.
got free gas for a while,
No,
you idiot.
we
Free
didn't.
That you were
parking.
stealing.
Oh yeah.
Free parking, free food every day, free whatever you needed.
Keep
it was
going.
there.
How you would ever call anyone chintz
dare you.
again for the rest of your life?
Chintzy ass.
How? You
It was a different day and time. The radio was different back then.
You had
It just
free stuff
was.
done to your house,
yeah.
didn't you?
And the guys just randomly showed up. Oh, need siding? Here you go. Knock, 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 knock. We got a dynamite. You should be a prisoner of $20 a day. Got a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're gonna bitch it out.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, the new and improved edition, just after 7 o'clock this morning. Also, just after 7 o'clock, if you have an agreement with a buddy,
Yeah.
if they say, yeah, I'm in, you have to honor that agreement.
Yeah, sure.
And if you don't, you're a dick,
Yeah.
and you're not someone
You're a
maybe I want
Welch.
to be around. Yeah, exactly. However, there are extenuating circumstances because we have a Facebook message from a man who's furious. He is being hung for over $2,000, actually, as we're talking about money.
God damn.
Because his buddy agreed to do this with him and then backed out. But the reason he backed out
Yeah.
is understandable.
Legit.
Yeah, especially, understandable.
Sometimes you can't get out of something.
Well, that's just it. I mean, this man.
Especially if there's an old lady involved.
Bingo. And in this case,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the man who said, I'll do it and was like, oh, my wife, or if it's the guy who went and spent the money without considering, will his wife let him do
Yeah, you got to
this?
think these things through, man.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, what's going on?
It's been a weird couple of weeks for Bills fans.
Oh, yeah.
Because we walked into the season, at least most Bills fans did, with lower expectations. And then all of a sudden, best team in the league. And then all of a sudden, everything happened.
Yeah.
And then we get this story yesterday because the man who leads this team, Josh Allen, was wildly disrespected in the offseason by his peers, guys that he plays with on a weekly basis.
Right.
Which is what makes this story so much more mind-blowing.
What are they saying? Is it about Josh?
Yeah, pick a side, man. Just pick a freaking side.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. being a football fan is a roller coaster.
Oh, sure.
Being a Bills fan normally is even more of a roller coaster. But for some reason, the last couple of weeks has been the most crazy of roller coasters, the Superman Darien Lake of roller coasters. Because, Kimmy, 6 weeks ago, people were laughing at this guy, even though he's one of the best players in the NFL. And now the same group of people that were like, yeah, I don't even care, are like, yeah, it's him.
Okay.
He's him.
Wow, all right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45.
Yeah, what you got?
Look, nostalgia is powerful.
Oh, yeah.
It sells a lot of things.
You guys love it.
I mean, I love it.
You love all that retro stuff.
Yeah. You're wearing a turtleneck sweater and a shacket, and we're the ones that love nostalgia?
This is a very modern look.
Yes, absolutely. But there was one man who has been arrested after he made a move that every adult knows you should not do for the sake of nostalgia.
Oh.
We'll tell you the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. By the way, we have Billy Joel and Sting tickets to give you again today.
Okay.
They're coming to the Dome in April. Those tickets go on sale tomorrow at 9 a.m. at livenation.com. If I were you, I would stick with us till at least 7:30.
Okay.
If you want those tickets, win them before you can buy them. They go on sale tomorrow, and we'll get you those tickets. Don't call now. Before 7:30, Kimmy, if I forget, it's your fault.
Okay.
Everyone yell at
I
Kimmy.
accept responsibility.
Thank you. Just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So about a week before the season started, 6 weeks ago, there was a poll put out. They asked active players a bunch of questions about other players in the NFL. One of those questions being who the most overrated NFL player was.
All right.
And to our shock,
Well, what happened?
the answer was Josh Allen.
Number one.
Yes, players that he played against on a weekly basis voted Josh Allen the most overrated player in the NFL. And we Bills fans, we guffawed.
Well, it hurt.
How could you?
It's bad.
Yeah, and like, what he does on that, nobody else can do what he does.
Yeah.
And you say these things, right? So Josh obviously heard that as well, and we know that Josh with a chip on his shoulder is a dangerous Josh. And you can make the argument, Kimmy, that the Josh we've seen over the first 4 weeks of the season
Seem to be on a vengeance tour.
Exactly. And the Bills start off 3-0, and they're the most dominant team in the league, and they have that game on Sunday that doesn't go so well. But then there's news yesterday. They asked players again, different questions.
Right.
And again, these are NFL players answering. They asked who right now should win the MVP and who would most likely win the MVP this season. And the answer from players in the NFL was Josh Allen.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
In a matter of 6 weeks, a month and a half, he went from the most overrated player in the league, according to his peers, to the best player in the
Based
league.
on
Most
4 games.
deserving.
3 games, really, because I doubt they probably did this before Sunday.
Yeah, I would
all right.
guess.
Right? Okay, now here's the thing.
Yeah.
I agree that Josh Allen is the MVP right now. And I also understand it's only week 4, so we can pump the brakes. That's fine. But this might say, Tommy, less about players' feelings
Yeah.
and more about Josh Allen himself.
What do you mean?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, as we prepare for the Stephon Diggs Bowl on Sunday in Houston.
Oh, I forgot about
A
that.
game you can listen to live here on CMF. Why does Josh Allen get such polarized reactions from everybody?
I mean, he's a pretty likable individual. He's not a jerk.
You would think so,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Right.
And it's not like he's hateable yet because of his success.
Yeah,
you know
right.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
He's
if
not
he
Gronk.
doesn't. Yeah, he hasn't. He
Who can
hasn't. Because I think after a while you see it happen with the Chiefs. Like people just get sick of it. Like, all right, let somebody else have a turn.
Sure.
It's not. You can't make that argument for a guy like Josh Allen.
But like when it comes to Josh Allen, there is no middle of the road.
It might be the stigma of just playing for Buffalo.
But you think so?
Yeah, Buffalo gets a bad rap around the country.
But it's
Doesn't
not
that make
even
him more lovable? If
like
anything?
it's the Cubs thing, right? Before they ended up with it's the Red Sox thing, right? Like I mean, if you weren't a Yankees fan, a Blue Jays fan, like people pulled for the Red Sox. And I think it's even more. I don't think it's the Bills because I think it gets specific with Josh.
What's that?
People will either make an argument about how he's one of the best players in the league and arguably one of the best quarterbacks of all time right now. Or they will make an argument that he is not a top-tier player, that he makes too many mistakes, and that he runs his mouth too much to other players while whining for calls. And there is no in-between. Nobody's like middle road there. He's either the best you've ever seen or the most overrated crybaby you've ever seen.
But he also says the right things off the field. You know what I mean? Like I can't think of anything like controversial that he's said or done where you could point to that. Like I don't think he's a good guy.
Do people not think he's genuine when he does that?
Maybe he's boring. Maybe some people find him boring. I mean, not that should affect the way you see him on the field. I don't know.
But he's not boring. I mean, the commercials that he does are pretty damn funny.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's got a great sense of humor about himself. And you want to talk about boring. I mean, a guy that never says anything. Patrick Mahomes never says anything. When's the last time you heard him make a controversial
but he's
statement?
like fiery on the field. You know what I mean?
Josh
Like,
isn't? He gets it, dude's face.
But
He
think
was
about
also
it, though.
named the #1 trash talker in the NFL.
Yes, but we don't hear that. Right? Like, we see it. We don't really hear it. Patrick Mahomes he complains about the referees after games.
But he's
like,
super overexposed. Too. Like,
Yeah.
Mahomes is in everything you watch.
Right,
now.
right. And, like, he had that interaction with Josh as they were leaving the field that one time where he was like, that calls BS.
But that was the first time we saw that from Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
He had never done that before.
No, he's been known to, like, be the kind of Tom Brady whiner.
You think?
Yes, we've seen that from him plenty of times.
So I guess all that Brady hatred had to go somewhere too,
Yes.
right? Like all that energy. Now Brady's not there. You had to channel it somewhere else. So maybe you throw it on Josh.
But to your point,
There's always going to be that wanting to pick a villain, right?
But Brady was an easy villain to pick because not only did he win all the time,
for everything.
The dude's weird.
Yeah.
He's a weird man.
Well, we found
His
that
face
out as
just-
his career went on.
I will
right?
say that with all the money Josh has made, because what did he get, like a $250 million?
$250 million contract, and there's another probably $250 million contract.
He hasn't gone weird yet with the money.
Yet. Let's hope not. There is words that he likes hanging out with Aaron Rodgers, so I'm really worried about that.
But we haven't seen it yet.
He's going to do a 2-hour-long podcast on the gold standard. Nixon. No, you're right. We haven't
seen him get weird with his money yet.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Like Mahomes even got kind of weird with his money.
Okay, you cannot get over this house that he built.
I
Can't
cannot.
get over the moat.
So for those who don't know, they did a documentary last year. It's called Quarterback.
On Netflix.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes was one of the guys they followed around.
Really featured him deeply. And he was building his dream house in Kansas City. And it looks like what a 14-year-old boy thinks a mansion should look like.
But that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because he's still a kid.
Right. But you don't need an aquarium.
You can't get over this.
He's got an aquarium you would see at SeaWorld.
Well, yeah,
and he's
man.
not even really into fish.
How do you know?
Wait, did
Because he
have
kind of
a-
said it. He goes, I just thought it'd be cool. It's the size of my house, man.
You
Did
don't
he
have a house.
have a moat, or did Tom Brady have a moat?
Tom
Maybe
Brady
I'm
had a moat.
Oh, okay. I thought Patrick Mahomes did
Maybe
too.
they both have moats. Maybe they went to the same moat guy.
But then, Brady slept in that oxygen
Hyperbaric
Yeah.
chamber. Yep.
That
Whatever,
is
yeah.
actually weirdly more common than we think.
Well, T.O. did it when he ripped his knee up and was able
Did
to
they
play
all
in the
get
Super
that from Michael Jackson? Because he slept in one. Did he kick off the whole I got to sleep in a chamber mode?
I think that there's like sports science
Yeah.
behind it.
Oh.
But I mean, maybe
But
they got it from
I
MJ.
thought Michael Jackson started that.
No, but like when you talk about the weird things, to your point, that we've seen guys that are easy to hate do. Let's talk about Tom Brady, right? Like the winning makes him easy to hate.
Right.
He slept in a hyperbaric chamber. He had special sleeping outfits. He got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. He only ate very specific things. He never
And then
consumed
tried
alcohol.
to sell you on those specific things.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, was all snake oil. It was so snake oil that his trainer was not allowed around other Patriots players by order of Bill Belichick. That's
Yeah.
a real story. You can go look it up, right? So, like, that
His
I get.
family, his dad used to call radio shows
Oh, yeah.
to complain about them complaining.
And, like, here's the thing. I also understand why, if you're a Patriots fan, you would defend him till your death because
yeah,
of what he
I
did
get
for
Well,
you.
he delivered.
Yes, and I'm not trying to sound biased here as a Bills fan who loves Josh Allen like he's one of my children.
You just saying like it's too early to hate this guy. He hasn't been the hateable figure at least yet.
I don't get what he's done off the field, and I don't get how you can watch what he does on the field where you go, nothing.
It's got to be the up and down
The roller coaster.
of his career.
Okay,
like
yeah.
when he does blow it, he blows it pretty spectacular.
I mean, when's the last time he blew it? Think about
Well,
that.
that Jets game where he threw three
Yeah.
interceptions when you already took out the other team's quarterback, everybody's thinking this is going to be cake, and they lost.
As a quarterback, like you were going to be held responsible for those moments, whether or not it was your fault. But a lot of those times, especially last season, Josh put his team in really bad positions
In prime time.
in really close games.
But let's talk about big games, right? And again, we're talking about Josh Allen. 6 weeks ago, he was named the most overrated player in the NFL by other players in the NFL. The Bills start 3-0. They have that game on Sunday. But yesterday, a new study comes out, a new survey, of current NFL players that named him the MVP.
So it stocks up.
He went from the worst, the most overrated, to the best player in the league. Yeah, every quarterback is going to have bad games throughout the regular season. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Name the last big game where Josh puked on himself.
It would have to be that Jets game.
No, but I'm saying like playoff game, like big playoff game where he
Well,
puked on
it was
himself.
that Cincinnati game where they got spanked. Was that his fault? I don't remember.
I mean,
I don't
that
think
was
so.
an all-around just disaster.
Like, I mean, he played well against Kansas City in the playoffs last year. The last playoff game where he really puked all over himself was his first playoff game in Houston, and they still took him to overtime.
Yeah.
And he still led that comeback to get him to where they had to be. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
I
I
guess-
can't
is that the
think-
one where he
I
caught a
don't know.
touchdown in
But
the end zone?
Yes, and it's also the one where he lateraled the ball on the game-tying drive
It
to Dawson Knox, and he had to throw it out of bounds.
It feels like You're right. Like he saves the day after his own disaster.
But it works.
Right.
Guess.
It works.
I mean, it's exciting to watch.
I don't understand.
No, I know.
it.
I mean, I would think, and again, like I try to take like being from here, being a Bills fan out of it. Like I would think like the Bills and Josh Allen are a team that you would, if you found out they were playing primetime, like, oh, okay, the Bills, this should be fun.
It's why they keep putting him in
If
primetime.
anything else, even whether you're rooting for him or not, you're going to get an interesting game.
And I also understand, like, early on in his career, that was the thought, right? Like, we called it the Josh Allen experience. It was a roller coaster, and it was lightning in your veins, and you were going to ride it out. He's not even that guy anymore. Like, Will Levis, who is the quarterback for the Tennessee Titans, is the new Josh Allen experience. Like, he's got a ton of talent in the world, and then he will do the dumbest thing you've ever seen in your life.
But it's also, they're more successful. They're getting more exposure, and when you get more exposure, people just hate you for that.
Yeah.
I guess. I've never heard an argument like Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback, which the argument can be made for, right? I don't get why Josh Allen gets that.
Yeah.
I don't know. But hey, doesn't matter. We're going to get to watch him on Sunday along with the Bills in the Stephon Diggs Bowl.
Ooh.
1 o'clock Sunday, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the game.
Go out of my house?
Yeah, come on. Yeah, you can go out.
Where would I go?
Well, you would go to the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Shiloh.
Ooh. What do I get there for my dog?
Well, first of all,
I'm looking for value for my money.
First of all, you get fantastic food.
Oh.
They got specials all game long on food and beer.
Wow.
You get great atmosphere, and there's going to be a super cool celebrity hanging out.
But then, doesn't that hurt the atmosphere a little bit?
No, because
What, the celebrity?
he brings the room up, man.
Oh, he does?
You ain't watch the game until you've watched the game with Pat Duffy from the break room.
On a cheat day.
I'll be there.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
bro,
a roller coaster.
I'm going to eat so many cheeseburgers. I'll see you guys out there Sunday, 1 o'clock, Bill Gray's Tap Room in Shiloh for this Bills-Texans game with your friends, the crew from 96.5 WCMF. Like, everybody knows you can't do this.
It's a no-no.
Yeah. Yes. Like, first of all, even if it wasn't for the security reasons, there's no point in you being at this place in this age.
Oh, is this that nostalgia thing you were talking about?
Yeah, because that's the argument that came out here. But even that argument may not work because when he was confronted by officials,
Oh, officials.
why are you here?
Yeah, what did he say?
He had a different argument, excuse. And we got to get to the bottom as to what the hell this grown man was thinking walking in here without telling anybody.
Oh.
We'll tell you what went down next here in the break room on CMF. Everyone knows you can't do this.
Oh.
And let's put aside the fact that it's strange. The second a grown-ass person pulls this move, every police department in the area is getting a phone call. So with this man's decision, causing parents across this area to go into full panic mode, we need to try and figure out what the hell he was thinking.
So is this something that used to be socially accepted but now is not?
I don't even think that's the case.
All right.
Because who would want to do this at this time?
Oh, so the time is also
I think that it definitely plays into why people were losing their minds.
Well, I can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
Yep, we got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And you should be a man of your word.
Yes.
If you make a deal, you follow up on that deal.
Yes.
But
Stand-up
there are extenuating circumstances. And a man who is furious says he's been hung for over $2,000 by a buddy of his may also be at fault here, because if you didn't explicitly find out that their spouse gave the okay, why did you spend the money in the first place? We'll get to that just after 7 o'clock. Also, we have our Billy Joel and Sting tickets, another pair. Win them before you can buy them. They go on sale tomorrow, 9 a.m., livenation.com. We will get you those before 7:30 this morning. And remember, if I forget, it's Kimmy's fault.
All right.
Thank you. This story happened just east of us on Monday. Police were called to C.W. Baker High School after reports of an unknown man inside the school without permission.
Just wandering around.
He is in the school. The high school was placed on lockdown. Other area schools were also locked down out of caution. Students were held in their classrooms. And what makes this story more complicated, it happened just after school had been let out. So the kids that were locked down weren't in standard classes. They were staying after for like clubs and extra help and sports. So you couldn't account, Tommy, for which students were safe because there was no way to know which students should and shouldn't have been in the building at the time.
All right.
So teachers just had to hope to God that everybody that was out in the hallway had been put in a room while they were trying to figure out who this person was. And these students ended up being held inside the school until after 5 p.m.
Damn.
So it turns out, thank God, no one was ever in danger. But the reason this man was in this school might be the dumbest thing you'll hear all week.
So what happened?
Authorities say the 25-year-old man was an alumni of the high school and was, quote, feeling nostalgic, deciding to walk into the school during their dismissal.
All right.
The unmanned side door that he used is locked during the day. But kids flowing out at the end of the day held it open for him because people were just going in and out. And it wasn't until he was inside and walking around that people realized, I don't know who that man is, and the lockdown commenced. Also, he was carrying a basketball when he waltzed into the school.
He's going to shoot some hoops?
That's exactly what he tried to do. So he was there before half an hour before the school officials found him. He first tried to get into the gym, but he found it was locked.
Damn.
He then used a restroom and then walked around the rest of the school for about 30 minutes. Staff finally located him, spoke to him, and they brought him into the office. So it's weird up to this point.
Yeah, especially his age.
Thank you. What about 25 makes you strange?
Like, you know what goes on now, like schools and the situation. Like, you know how you were in school and all this stuff was going down.
Thank you. You graduated from school 7 years ago.
Yeah, so you know how this was not allowed to happen.
No, you're right. Like, if this is an 80-year-old man who, like, waltzes in, you could give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Okay. But we're not even to the strangest part of the story.
Okay.
This man who wandered into the school at 25 years old first told the staff that he was a new transfer student.
Oh, so now he's lying to the authorities.
When the officials told him, we know you're not, and they were going to have to call the police, he then got nervous and tried to take off running. And that's what sent the school into lockdown and led to all this insanity.
Bam.
He was arrested, eventually charged with trespassing. He's got a court date coming up. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does anyone want to explain what the hell this was all about?
Well, I get the nostalgia if you went to school there as an older person.
Okay.
But now with a kid like this.
Okay.
That makes no sense.
You don't get the recent nostalgia? I mean, 25, you still... I remember at 25 thinking like, I'm so old. It's been so long since
I know guys that I've done it. I've gone back to old schools that I went to. And then my brothers have.
You walked inside.
So
what a creep.
Yes. So when I was on the road and I went back to military school. I was at Atlanta. Okay. When I was working in Atlanta.
He was at Atlanta, Kimmy.
At Atlanta.
I am at Atlanta right now.
I'm at Atlanta.
I am at Atlanta.
So I just drove in. I walked into the administration office and I said, I used to go to school here. I'd just like to walk around. They just let me walk around.
Okay, but see,
what year was this?
This was in the early 90s. I went up to my dorm room.
Okay, but what you did is the appropriate thing to do.
You go in, but it was white. I told you, I was at Indiana University, and I wanted to see where Bobby Knight coached basketball. I literally walked down onto the floor. Nobody stopped me.
But all of these things you're describing are pre-Columbine?
Way back
Okay,
then.
great.
Yeah.
Like
Now, there's no way you can do any of this stuff.
Thank you.
Like, I'm 65. I know you can't do that.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Based on the news I watch.
Thank you. Like every day you turn a story on where something horrible has happened at some school across America. And this guy, this guy waltz in. And to your point, you were in school while they were talking about the safety measures and all the new things they were implementing. Like, I don't understand where this guy's coming from. I also don't get, if he was simply feeling nostalgic, why he lied to the administrators that he was a transfer student.
And then run
try to
off.
get out of trouble, I guess.
But then, like,
Did they get him?
yeah, they got him. He was arrested, yes. And again, he's been charged with trespassing. Kimmy, do you have any urge to go walk around Hilton High School?
I don't know. I
Is it
don't
because
think
you weren't
so.
popular? Is it because...
No, I mean,
Kind of a
what? But
loser.
my question, I guess, would be like, what are you hoping to see? Like your old locker? There's no. I don't. I guess I don't get the point because you're not going to really be able to get into any classrooms. Most likely, you're just walking around the hallways, looking like a weirdo.
Yeah.
Maybe I can understand if you're hoping to bump into an old teacher or somebody that, to see people, I guess, would make more sense. But to just see the school itself, the building.
But if you live in town, I guess you don't have that same draw to it. Like, I did not live in anywhere near these schools anymore.
But
But
it's weird to me, too, that you wanted to do that only because you hated school.
I did, but I kind of like military school in some aspects.
Yeah, because you get to dress up.
Well, you got to live there, too. I guess it's
Yeah.
a little different.
Check me out. I got a hot press shirt.
And don't forget, I ran straight Fs back to back.
Why? It's not hard. It's not something to, like, brag about.
I actually worked at it. So I even, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You were saying.
So even like when I even took my wife down, so I went to that Christian school in Jupiter, Florida. So when I was driving around, I showed her the school, but like we drove right up, but didn't get out of the car. But I also realized like she didn't really care.
Yeah,
you
of
know?
course you didn't care.
It's like it's just a building. I got nostalgic because I was like, this is where I got in trouble, man.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this 25-year-old man. This happened at a high school just east of us. He walked into a high school that during dismissal. Carrying a basketball. The police say when he got inside, he tried to go into the gym. That door was locked. He then went to the bathroom, walked around the school for 30 minutes. That's when folks realized, oh, my God, who the hell is this man? And because it was after school, when the school went into lockdown, it made things very complicated because they didn't know what kids were supposed to be where and who was in and who was out. They finally confronted him. They bring him into the office. The 25-year-old man, when asked why he was there, initially said he was a new transfer student.
Why would he do that?
When they were like, nah, you're not. We have to call the police. He then tried to take off running. He was eventually caught and arrested. No one was ever in any danger, it seems. And police say the reason he went in was, quote, feeling nostalgic. I'm also worried about if they bought his transfer student excuse, what was his next move?
Whoa, where's my locker? Where do I start?
Well, no, but like, we've seen grown people try to go back to high school and like I guess get
like
a new
people
start.
in their 20s. Yeah.
We've also seen those people like have relationships with high school students who believe that they are. Like, everything about this story keeps getting ickier
We
and
also
ickier.
never really hear why they wanted to do it.
Well, I don't think you need a reason. I think it's pretty clear why you want to start high school over again.
What do you think it is?
You feel like with the knowledge you
want,
have
like, a
now,
redo?
Yeah, you take another run at it.
exactly.
All right.
Like if I get better grades, I can get into a better college, or you simply miss high school. It was the best time of your life.
Yeah, it could be.
I mean, there's been a couple of folks who did it for sports reasons, right? They thought they could
that's
go
true.
back. They were on
Yeah.
sports teams. They were trying to get college scholarships, and it turns out you're 27. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Joel. Hey, Joel, how are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What up?
Yeah, I don't know why he would want to go back there just to go back there. His intent was to sneak in, obviously, because you have to go through the main door with the security guards. He intended to sneak through the side door, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
while people are coming out.
Sure.
So I'm 26 years old. I just started going back to college at the beginning of this year. I had to go back to my high school to go get some transcripts, and I had to go through the security and all that. And I'm like, man, how it changed so much, because when I was in school, we could just sneak out, sneak back in, no problem, you know?
No, I hear you. It's funny, man. Like I have to. My daughter, she plays tennis, so I got to pick up my kids. Like every once in a while, I'll have to run into the school to use the bathroom. And like to your point, Joel, like the door's locked. There's a security guard
There's like
there.
a level of security.
Yes,
You
I
gotta
have
show
to
your ID, everything.
They
So,
should
like,
take a squirt.
If I go in to like pick up my kids from school, they print out a name tag with my face on it.
Really?
That I have to
Yep,
wear in the school at all
yep.
times.
Yeah, I had to experience that. And I'm sitting there, I'll go to the office, I get my transcripts. I'm walking down the hall, and I see like the pictures, of our school pictures when I was in school and stuff. And I'm looking at it, and the security guard that wasn't working there when I was in school, he's looking at me. He's like staring at me like, I don't know this guy. He's like, he's about to, come grab me. And the other security guard that does know me, he still works there. He's like, no, he's a former student. He's just getting his transcript. He's like, oh.
He's cool, man. He's just an old guy looking at pictures of kids. No big deal.
They definitely know who's in school and who's not in school, who doesn't belong there,
Hey, Joel, where did you go to school, man?
I went to Greece, Athena.
Okay. All right. Was it fun for you to be back in there, though? Did the nostalgia come rushing back?
Oh, yeah. I wanted to go to every class I had to see if the teachers were still there, of course. But, it was good to see some familiar faces that still work there and stuff. It was good to see that.
Is Joel's story weird to you, Tommy?
A little bit.
Why? You didn't want to see the your teachers would
I
have been
hated
long
my
dead.
teachers.
But they would have been long dead anyway because you're like 80 years old.
So when I went to that military school, I did like a couple of those guys because they were fun alcoholics.
Hey, Joel, thanks for the call, buddy. Good luck with school.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Take it easy.
Take care.
But most of my teachers, I could care less.
So I would be, if I were you, and obviously that you were older at the time, but I would have been afraid to go back in if I didn't like my teachers because I wouldn't have wanted to run into any of them.
Oh, I didn't care at that point. Like at that point, what are you going to do to me, man?
Well,
yeah,
plus,
but I mean, it's just
Tables
an
of
awkward
terror.
interaction,
See,
I guess.
that's why
I'm a road comic now, man.
That's why I thought he would have wanted to do it because even living
I
off of
turned
$3
into something.
No, even living off of $3 a day, he was more of a success than they thought he was going to be. I showed you 12 quarters a day.
And don't forget, back then you could lie about yourself. There was no way of checking up.
True.
Yeah,
There's you couldn't Google somebody.
Joel's call brings up another red flag in this story. This 25-year-old guy going back into his high school, putting the school on lockdown, lying about being a transfer student, and then saying he was just feeling nostalgic.
What's up?
Nobody knew who he was.
Right.
He had graduated, if he's 25, 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Not a single staff member in that school recognized this guy.
Yeah, well...
Even Joel, who's 26, said a security guard randomly he knew from back in the day. I mean, look, I'm 38. My girls go to the school I went to. There are still 10 teachers that are there, and I graduated 20 years ago that we have had in common.
Well, your family left quite a mark at that educational establishment.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean.
Well, we're third-generation Aquinas graduates.
Yeah, but you're still 3 generations behind in payments. Like, there's probably a picture of your father in the administration. Do not take checks from this man. Like, how much milk money do you still owe that place?
Joke's on you, man. I would ask for change from my friends after they bought their lunch so I could buy my lunch. All right, so the moral of the story.
What's that?
Don't walk into a high school.
Well, you can't go back.
Thank you.
It's done.
Thank you, you psychos.
Yeah.
All right. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Well, I think we're going to bitch it out. Good luck today.
That's right. We got a bitch voice theater coming at you. And if you would like to work your own bitch voices in, you can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. Well, that's our live stream.
Yeah.
The Break Room, WCMF, YouTube, or Twitch. There's a chat function there. That'll give you a good look at Tommy and I, and you can take your shots. And like Tommy said, good luck with today's outfit that he's wearing.
Very base.
So Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. We have our Sting and Billy Joel tickets in Syracuse. We'll be giving you those before 7:30 if Kimmy reminds me. And again, it's all on Kimmy's shoulders here. She's got a thumbs up. And this man did not live up to his word. Oh. And in any other circumstance, this guy is a dick and he's in the wrong and he may owe this dude some money.
So he welched.
He did. However, when there is a spouse involved, it's also up to the man spending the money to ensure that everything is above board.
Yeah, you got to check all the boxes off.
We'll get into it next here in the Break Room on CMF. When your friends have a spouse, your relationship with that friend isn't just between you two anymore.
Yeah.
Their partner is going to have a say in all of your plans. Odds are their partner is also going to hear all the things you say to them.
Yeah.
And it's something we need to keep in mind as we read a Facebook message from a man who believes he and a buddy were in for an exciting couple months of bro nights. And
It was like a Bro-cation.
it was a season's worth of Bro-cation.
Oh.
The man who wrote us claims he has been hung for over $1,000.
God damn.
And is demanding he get the money his buddy promised him. But his buddy says there's nothing he can do.
Wait, so he went with a no refund type of situation?
It's definitely a no refund type of situation.
Why would you do that?
Because his buddy said he was good for it.
I know, but man, you got to make sure.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. We have Sting and Billy Joel tickets. They're coming to the JMA Wireless Dome in Cuse April 19th. Tickets go on sale for that show tomorrow. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Nope, 9 a.m. Where did my piece of paper go? And why did I not throw out my Metallica one from last week? That's my question. Here we go. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 9 a.m., livenation.com. But we will have those Billy Joel tickets for you. If I were you,
I know, well, I do.
as I crumple up my Metallica read,
All right.
I would listen for a little while longer.
Yeah.
Wink.
Don't do that.
I winked and tossed at the same time. It was a wink and toss. The old wink and toss.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll get to that in a little while. It is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or tell them that they look like Frank Sinatra's flunky cousin who, like, his aunt, like, made him bring him around with the Rat Pack. And
You know, that guy was also rich.
No, he wasn't.
Frank threw him money.
He did. Well, he threw him, like, Frank coins.
So what would that sound like if I was Frank's flunky cousin driving Frank around and Frank was like giving me some orders for this?
Hey, I'm Sinatra, baby. I just talk when I sing. I scam everybody throwing quarters on the ground. Hey, pick up the quarters, put them in your pocket like a pathetic loser. Sammy Davis Jr. thinks you're a piece of crap. Bro, you look like an idiot.
What's wrong with my outfit?
Turtleneck sweater,
Over a
shacket, dark jeans, penny loafers.
Yeah.
I don't even need
Polka
to
dot socks.
I didn't even notice the polka dot socks. And then you
They're a black sock with a blue polka dot to kind of match with the jeans and with the black and blue theme I was going with.
you got to really hurt someone in this room. Something along the lines of
I'm Pat and Tommy. We can't go on a Bro-cation without checking with our wives first because we're just a couple of Bro-cation little bitches.
It is, but I thought that was standard protocol.
I can't believe that's always been known. Like you always check with the wife before you pull a move.
All right, we'll get to that in a second because first we have a Bitch Voice Theater. All of the Bitch
true.
Voices all week long, and here it is now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
If I think, then I wake up and I don't go back to sleep. It's a problem.
I can't keep it good and spray the whole bathroom bed because I don't have any aim because I'm just a little squirting bitch. Listen, is this what you two want to do?
Oh, no, you were the one who encouraged us last week. What happened on the show? Sorry. I wear my mouth last week, I'm realizing how bad this is for me, so I don't want to do it anymore, but it's too late because I'm stuck because I'm a little scared-ass bitch.
Pat Duffy, I want to go out and eat on my cheat day, but now they're going to shrink my little portions now, so I'm going to be a shrinking, eating little busted bitch. I'll digging a hole or something. What?
What? I'm afraid of fire. Even though I just said when you open up the Bible, first thing, fire, check it out. I was scared-ass bitch.
Yeah, like... Pat Duffy, we just found out Pat couldn't afford hummus when he was a child. He was a non-hummus eating little child. He was a eating, no hummus, busted cottage cheese, milk club bitch.
About that, I'm actually I sail sailboats, so just kind of
Sailing
Ezra.
Ezra sails sailboats.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. It's summertime, so I'm going to dress like a pickleball line judge today. I'm a pickleball little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Your Buffalo Sabres
Yeah.
take the ice for the first time tomorrow.
Well, yeah, but it's like a weird time.
Yes, they're opening the season in Prague. Puck drop is at 1 o'clock live right here on 96.5
They
WCMF.
pucking in Prague?
They are Prague pucking, buddy.
All right.
Which is one of my favorite Bee Gees songs. Prague pucking, pucking
that Prague.
Puck drop 1 o'clock live here on CMF. So if you'd like, you can pop in some headphones, catch it at work.
Okay.
Right? Big season. Very excited. Sabres fans are pumped. Well, all but one, it turns out.
Oh.
Because of a situation involving he and what sounds like a former buddy.
Wait, so this is a Saber situation?
Yes. And this is a Facebook message we got from John over the weekend. We finally have time to get to it.
All right, what happened?
You ready?
All right.
Quote. My friend and I got Saber's half-season ticket packages like a month ago. Are you familiar with this?
So you don't. Is that a season pass?
It's 20 games instead of the. Okay, yeah.
It's like a package.
You got it. So there were. He goes on. John does. There were so many good seats to pick from. We decided it was smart to do it now and have them for a while. It was my idea, but he totally committed and told me he'd split everything right down the middle: the cost of the tickets, gas to the games, and parking when we get there. A few days ago, when I went to him for half his money, or half of the money, excuse me, he called me and said he couldn't do it anymore.
So he stiffed his buddy?
He said he never talked to his wife about it.
Ooh.
And when she found out what his portion cost, she shut it down.
So she kiboshed the whole thing.
He said he was sorry, but there was nothing he could do, which to me is unacceptable. I'm sorry, I probably didn't read that the right way. Let me read it the way he probably said it. Ready? Which to me is unacceptable. He committed. You made a commitment.
Yes.
I have paid over $2,000.
So this package was 2 G's for the two of them.
That's what it sounds like.
All right, so he has to eat his grand.
He goes on, personally, I can't afford to let this sit on my credit card all season while I try to pay it down. I've looked into small claims courts as I have text messages where he agreed he'd pay for his half, but I don't know how well that would work. Is there anything else you guys can think of, where I can get my money?
You're asking us? Like I'm a lawyer?
Well, I mean, you have stiffed a lot of people, so what did they try to do to you? I guess would
They
be the
divorced
question.
me.
Okay.
No, I mean, I don't think there's anything you can legally do. You don't have any legal document. It's just a verbal agreement between two dumb hockey buddies.
He says he's got text. I mean, if he says, I'll get
Oh,
you.
Does that
like
mean
confirmation?
anything?
That's what I'm asking.
Is that a written contract?
I don't know. I mean, there are.
I mean, you did agree, but
That would be a verbal agreement, but it had to take that to court.
It's in writing, buddy. I got it right here. Look, I don't know what the answer is. If there is someone who knows the law, 252 WCMF, and it is safe to say, if you're ready to take your buddy to small claims court, that friendship is over, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
but
Might as
that's
well
no
call it
longer
quits.
So there's nothing he can do.
All right. Obviously. Oh, you were going to say something, Kimmy?
No, I was just also wondering because you know how like everybody has that one friend who just says yes to everything and then they always kind of manage to bail like right before it's coming.
Okay.
Like
yes,
because it's like they act like they're really interested in in the moment and they're kind of all in on planning it. And as time goes on, you can sense that their interest has fallen off.
Okay, but if I spent $2,000 on these tickets,
Yeah.
I mean, look, I get it. I understand.
I'm just saying, like, know your flaky buddies.
All right, but here's the thing. I don't think it has to do with flake. Obviously, the guy who said, let's do this and bailed is in the wrong, right? He should not have committed without talking to his wife. That being said, John here, who wrote the Facebook message.
They got to organize this whole little debacle.
He might need to be a little more understanding.
Oh, absolutely.
It doesn't seem like John is in a relationship based on his Facebook page because I wrote him back and he never responded to me. So maybe he doesn't quite understand the situation. But when you have a buddy that is in a relationship, married, whatever, you kind of have to anticipate this being a problem.
He's working with handcuffs, man.
Okay.
That's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
Like you just know you got to check off with Mama first because that's where this deal is going to happen or not.
So is that on John who wrote us the Facebook message, or is that on his buddy who has the wife? Who is more responsible for making sure the wife has signed off on it? John. Oh, so wait, you're saying the guy who is out the money, who spent over $2,000 and is looking for his half of that, should have gone to his buddy's wife.
And you know when you're old, you know when this guy, if he's kind of whipped, right? You know, and we're all whipped to a degree, and depending, like kind of relationship he has with his old lady, you can kind of see it what he can and can't do. Like we had a busted buddy, right? And remember,
by the way, that narrows it down to everybody.
He went south, and we ran into a mutual buddy that had loaned him money.
Oh, right.
And he comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, have you seen so and so?" And I was like, "No, why, man?" He goes, "Man, he stiffed me for like $2,000." I'm like, "You gave that dude $2,000? What did you think? That dude doesn't have bus fare to get down to his mailbox, and you gave that dude $2,000? Like, what were you? I was more mad at him. Like everybody knows this guy was busted. His nickname said, "I am busted." And you gave him money.
But here's the thing. This guy who John was going to split the Sabres tickets with may not have been busted. He may have the money. It may just be like his wife found out what they cost, 1, 2, 20 nights over the next couple of months of having a few beers and watching live hockey.
But it's a lot of commitment. And it's also not a desirable ticket. It isn't like It's not like the hottest ticket in town is going to be 20 Saber.
No, but hold on. I understand where John's coming from because I did the same thing with my Bills season tickets. I got them in 2012 or whatever when they were about to go on strike.
Right.
You get in on the ground floor, you get dynamite seats.
I understand.
When the Sabres get good again, not only are those seats super valuable, you're there for every game. But Kimmy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
How close to the actual event did he bail?
It says a few days ago, so we got this over the weekend.
The season starts Friday.
On Friday, he said a few days ago. But
I think that also factors into it too, because it's like, hey man, like you didn't even give me time to try to find somebody else to take that, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's also crappy in the fact that like they waited until the last minute to confirm.
But it's also possible that John's buddy was under the impression that his wife would be okay with this. And I kind of sympathize with the guy that's stiffing him. Because, like, look, man, if my buddy came to me and said, hey, how would you like 20 nights a season, going to watch the Sabres, having a few beers, any married man would immediately go, yes, yes. And, like, your mind can get clouded. You can start doing, like, mental gymnastics as to why your wife would be okay with you leaving.
Yeah, you're getting a sugar high.
Exactly, right? And then even like, I just told me 5 games I don't go to, and I'll like find a way to get rid of those tickets and everything's fine. And it's not until you make the agreement and you go home and tell your wife that everything gets a kibosh put on it, which puts you in another situation.
What was that?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks are waiting on hold again. Facebook message from John we got over the weekend. Long story short, he and his buddies went in on a Sabres half-season package. Said it cost him over $2,000 total. His buddy, a couple of days ago, bailed. Said his wife won't let him do it. I'm really sorry. There's nothing I can do. John is writing us, asking what legal ramifications he could take. Why would you ask us that question?
Yes.
Says he has a text message that proof he was ready to pay. He wants to take him to small claims court. But John may have to be a little more understanding here. Let's talk to Phil. He's on CMF. Hey, Phil. How are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Phil.
Yeah, I watch People's Court all the time, and
Well, good.
If he has a text or a email or anything that says somebody agreed to pay him for something and they don't, that could be used in the court. That's perfectly legal to show that they had like a contract.
All right, Phil, let me ask you this question. Whether or not it is legal, and I don't mean to downplay your People's Court experience. Phil, would you go that far to get money from a friend of yours? Because that's going to shut down that friendship forever.
I guess it depends, but it's hard to say. I guess it depends on how close a friend the person was to me that wanted to go. I mean, I used to buy tickets to Bills games and for everybody, and I would always have to chase down a few guys, but they always ended up paying. But
you got a voice where you didn't have to tell us you had to chase down a few guys. You have chase down guys' voice. All right, but do you have sympathy for this unnamed man, John's friend, whose wife told him you can't go? Do you understand?
No, because he should have known if he had to run it by his wife. He should have known that.
All right, John, you married, buddy?
Am I? Not currently. I'm divorced.
Oh, you have been married?
Yes.
What's the stupidest thing you spent money on without telling your ex-wife?
Your girlfriend?
I wouldn't call it stupid, but I bought a Harley Davidson bike when I was unemployed.
Were you unemployed without telling her?
Yes.
And you don't think that was stupid?
You bought a new Harley?
No, not new. It was used, but it was
how much?
Really great. It was about $8,500.
It was a deal, though.
Phil.
That's the kind of thing you can't sneak home.
It was great. It was probably worth $2,000 more than that.
Okay.
He's making money, man.
Exactly.
No, but he's not because he was unemployed. All right, Phil, you sound like a great guy.
That's what I told her. I told her if I didn't get a job in 2 years, I'd sell it and I'd make all my money back.
Yeah.
2 years! Just say you sold it. That's still $4,200 a year, Phil. I don't think you're making it in any country.
Doesn't matter. I didn't have to sell it. I got a job eventually.
Well, congrats on your job. And Phil, I don't mean to come down on you, buddy. I'm not attacking you here. I'm just trying to prove a point.
And Duffy, the reason I was able to do that is the way we had our finances set up is we had our joint savings, joint checking to take care of the household stuff, but we had our own personal checking accounts, and that money came out of my account.
All right, Phil, I will only silently judge you. I won't judge you out loud anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Phil, thanks
Phil,
for the call,
the
buddy.
deadbeat biker.
Have a good rest of the day. Well, did you ever buy these stupid? Well, it wasn't stupid, but I bought a Harley while I was unemployed. Okay. Going back to this unnamed man who has stiffed John for the Sabres half-season ticket package. Any married man can understand that very uncomfortable conversation when your wife decides that something you really want to do isn't something she wants you to do. And in that moment, while you are standing across from your spouse, you have to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
You either let your buddy down or you make your home life miserable. And I guess the question I ask is, what's the smarter play? Is it the loyalty to your friend because you have made a commitment, because there is an argument for that?
No.
Or is it to keep things smooth at home? When she stands in your way, what do you do?
What do you think?
Oh, well, you're a bitch. I know what you're going to do.
Yeah, but
I'm a smooth bitch.
You've been hit by...
he's dressed like a smooth bitch today.
He is dressed like a
I'm
smooth
a smooth bitch, man. I'm keeping the peace at home.
He's dressed like the bassist for a 60s soul group.
That'd be pretty
That's
cool.
what he was aiming for.
Yeah, that's one of my dreams.
Kimmy, you were saying?
I think in this particular case, especially, you have to keep your wife happy, because this is going to be a reminder over and over again. Like, this isn't just like a one and done, I'm going to go screw it and deal with it later.
Yeah.
This is like a thing that's going to come up for the next few months.
And I don't know what married guy, if he's got a lot of action going on at a certain age, can break away for 20 nights of fun without your OL.
So I'm looking at John here. He looks like he's in his 40s. On
Yeah,
his
he's
Facebook
locked
page.
in.
No,
Like,
no, John's the guy who wrote us a Facebook message. So maybe...
So let's say the guy's the same age.
Yeah.
40 years old, man. You're probably at your peak, busiest time of being a husband.
Yeah, but there's guys right now in their 30s, 40s, and 50s that have Sabres season tickets, full seasons.
Lonely men. lonely men that have one recliner in their house, and their coffee table is also a milk crate.
Okay, so wait, I don't know what side you're on then.
I just don't you can't go up against the wife.
Can't fight Wifey Hall?
No, especially for 20 nights. I can see if it was like a one and done trip, maybe you could sneak it off. But like to stand your ground, to Kimmy's point, for 20 nights of this constant reminder, there you go again. And they lost, and now they're not making the playoffs.
Not this year, buddy. Lindy's back, and they're going to show you stupid.
Lindy Ruff is back?
You're joking, right?
I forgot. I don't follow the Sabres that close.
Yeah. Again, listen to the Sabres live on CMF all season long, including tomorrow at 1 o'clock for their kickoff game in Prague.
Let's go.
252 WCMF. We got more folks on hold. Sit there. Give me 1 second. I'm going to read some Facebook messages about this guy named John. Writes us the message over the weekend. Half Saber season ticket package. He goes in on with a buddy. Says last week, a couple days ago, guy's like, can't do it. My wife said I can't.
Yeah.
He's already paid for the ticket. Says it's on his credit card. He can't afford the over $2,000 on his own. He wants to take him to small claims court. The message comes asking us, how do I do that? Because you look like a lawyer today. Facebook message coming in. Ray writes us, this guy shouldn't be mad at his friend. We've all been there. He should be mad at his friend's wife. She should understand her husband made a commitment and he needs to hold up his end of the deal. It's not a bad point.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
Should it be on the wife to say, look, I don't like this, but you gave him your word. Your word is my word. Like, we're married?
She don't care about your word, man.
Your word? You should care about your spouse's word. It matters.
Oh, you should. You and I should.
No. Oh, wait, really? So if your wife was going to break an agreement she made, you'd stand up and go like, no, your word is important. You need to do that?
Yeah, I wouldn't say a
No,
word.
that's my point, you idiot. You don't care about your word, or you don't care about her word, just like she wouldn't care about your word. And I think you should.
But I would support her word.
You don't even know what you're saying. You're so scared.
I would support whatever she wants to do.
Kimmy, if your husband made a financial commitment
to something like this,
yes, would you feel that his word is more important than the financial pain this would put you in?
I'm confused.
So let's say exact scenario is this.
Yeah.
Your husband makes this commitment
Yeah.
20 nights a year. He's on the hook for over $1,000.
Yeah.
And you can't afford it.
Oh,
but
his
he's already
word to
made the
his
commitment.
buddy.
Yes.
Okay.
Does his word matter more
Than your financial ruin.
No.
No?
Of course
No.
not.
No, because
Right. What do you think? Queen chins?
No, but then your husband's going to be known as a guy that's backing out.
yeah, but if we can't
Welch.
afford it, like there are other things we could use that for.
Okay.
I mean, if it's one thing, like if he's secure in his finances, and this was something that wouldn't affect us, but if we're struggling and you made a promise for these tickets, I'm like, yeah, no, you're gonna have to figure your way out of this.
And you
one.
don't forget, you committed $1,000 before you even talked to her about it.
Over $1,000.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
you did
there's
that
too. Yeah, there's also the element of surprise in this, where it's like, oh, by the way,
Yeah.
I spent this money on this thing without talking to you first.
Here's the other thing that sucks.
Right.
Like if
I know something that ain't getting sucked.
If it's only like $2,700, they're probably not even really good seats.
That's what I'm saying. So they're
Yeah.
going to be hard to unload, right?
Exactly. And like
Yeah.
if the Sabres...
So it's not even like something you could flip.
Yeah. And like, here's the thing:
Could you lose money on these?
Oh, he could easily lose money.
Yeah.
On these. If the
So he could be
Sabres-
upside down
Yeah.
on a Sabres ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, sit tight. We're going to the phones in 30 seconds. Elijah writes us, he should have confirmed that his buddy was still in before purchasing the tickets. How many times do you get ready to do something and people back out last minute? Simple fix, sell game tickets, go with a stranger. No, you're not going to.
Go with a stranger. That's always fun.
And there's no guarantee that any stranger's going to want to go with you.
And what kind of stranger would that be?
Yeah.
That would be willing to sit next to you at a Sabres game.
Well, I have sat with strangers.
Yeah, but they're weirdos.
Perfect stranger.
Aren't they weirdos?
I always wonder the
especially
single
hockey
ticket buyers. Yeah.
Hockey has a very weird subculture of people.
No, I think that hockey would be the easiest game to sit by yourself
Yeah, I
and
think
watch.
're not going to hockey unless you're a big fan of hockey.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what
but
I mean?
every time I sat next to hockey people, they've been weird.
No, but you're weird. The hockey people are normal.
They offered me Twizzlers out of a paper bag.
Did you take them?
Well, yeah, I didn't want to be rude. I'm out of country.
Out of country. Yeah. No, that's just Canadians being weird. That has nothing to do with hockey players. All right, it looks like our phones have cleared.
All right.
Let's hope they're going to work now. No, they will. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Billy Joel and Sting are coming to the Dome in Syracuse. One night, one stage, two men. Calm down.
All right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take the eighth caller. You can win him before you can buy him. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 9 a.m. at livenation.com. Billy Joel, Sting, Dome, Syracuse. Tickets on sale tomorrow. Eighth caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
There are a lot of people patting themselves in the back in Rochester this morning.
What would they do?
Well, because they put a lot of work into this place, spent a lot of money.
All right.
And in doing so, they have made it one of the top 10 in America.
So it's paid off.
Well, yes, it has.
Wait,
It
top
has.
10 in America?
Top 10, well, of small cities in America.
Oh, yeah,
Still
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
damn good.
yeah,
Still
take
pretty
it,
damn
take
good.
it, take it.
And look, you cannot argue that this accolade is impressive.
Yeah,
and
I
that the
bet.
money that they spent has led to this accolade. The question is, does having this feather in your cap do anything for you?
Oh, all right.
Because I don't get whether it's a shack or whether it's a palace, why it matters. Why does it matter?
All right.
And we'll tell you what it is. Be mine. Next, here in the break room on CMF. This is a big honor for our airport, Tommy.
Oh, the airport?
Yep, and there's a lot of people taking a victory lap this morning. But even with these accolades, I think we need something explained to us.
Okay.
Because we can admit we are not the smartest people in the world here in the break room, right? But what the hell does this do other than give some people a chance to pat themselves on the back?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We have our winner for the tickets to see Billy Joel and Sting. Please stop calling. We have our winner. Kimmy, who's going to see Billy Joel and Sting?
Jason.
Jason.
That's the first name I don't think fits.
Jason.
Jason. Jason seems like too douchey to go enjoy Billy Joel. You know what I mean?
What about Sting? You can be pretty douchey and enjoy Sting.
No, it's a different kind of douche, right? Like no man named Jason can enjoy. If
What
I
about
ever
Jay?
lose my
What if he goes by Jay?
No, that's even worse. That's even worse. Like you can't sit and take in Vienna as a Jason.
Oh. That's a deep cut.
It's a great song, though.
It is very good.
When will you realize you're a douchebag? So I believe we may have one more pair of tickets before they go on sale tomorrow.
I would assume.
Let's fingers crossed.
Okay.
We'll see. And those tickets, again, to see Billy Joel and Sting, if you did not win, go on sale tomorrow, 9 a.m. at livenation.com. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Over the past few years, the Frederick Douglass Rochester International Airport and Rug Emporium has undergone massive renovations.
Yeah.
Right?
Man, they sunk a ton in it.
Inside remodel, you got the kick-ass rainbow awning.
New restaurants,
Yep.
shopping.
And what feels like a constant turnstile of small airlines that'll show up. They'll offer cheap direct flights to strange cities twice a week. And today, that's no exception. Today, in fact, there is an airline that is offering the first direct flights to Las Vegas from Rochester since 2008.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Vegas, baby.
The
You're a
flight-
big party.
The flight is literally like taking off as we speak. So a lot of money spent on that.
Yeah.
Right? And there is no denying the airport looks better than it did 15 years ago.
Right.
And this morning, there is reason to celebrate.
So what happened?
Our airport has been named a top 10 small city airport in America.
Okay. Top 10.
Top 10. It was a USA Today poll. We came in 7th place.
So for small cities, though. Not,
Small cities.
Yeah.
Well, we are a small city.
right. I'm saying, but not. It doesn't include all the airports.
No.
Just a little one.
Now, there are a lot of people, Tommy,
Yeah.
that have used this story yesterday to justify all of the work that has gone into the airport. This is proof that it was a job well done. And look, it is a lot nicer. It is a lot nicer.
Yes.
I just have one question.
What's that?
Why does it matter?
Well, so when people are, coming here and, changing flights and looking to get connections to other cities, they can really enjoy Rochester.
So let's put a pin in that for a second. What 252 WCMF, why does it matter if the airport in Rochester is modern and cool looking as opposed to a building where you get on and off a plane? Because, to the point where you just said, there are cities where it matters.
Yeah.
For example, New York City gives you a bunch of options to fly in and out of.
And you can layovers.
Yeah,
so you
yeah.
get
Choose.
stuck.
We talk about layovers. Places like Detroit, Atlanta, Baltimore, they're layover airports. There are people who will choose flights based on which airport they transfer through.
Spending time in.
Bingo.
Yeah, you don't make a connection at Rochester.
Exactly. If you're connecting or you have multiple airports in one city, it matters to stay modern. It doesn't really seem like it matters in Rochester.
So our airport could just be a tent.
I'm not, like, you're joking?
And probably the prices would be way cheaper to fly out, right?
Like, look, you're either flying in or flying out of Rochester, right? Most of the time, you're going to spend like 90 minutes there.
Yeah, you're not going to linger around and do a lot of retail.
No, you're not going to do that. No. The second your flight lands, you're out of the airport.
Yeah, we really
the
just
taste
need.
of Rochester. What's that?
I was going to say we really just need the basics.
Yeah.
Right.
Below basics.
So what is the point of all the work they put in? And I ask that question sincerely because you, Tommy, and Kimmy, and myself, we're not airport experts, and we are willing to listen. So if there is a legitimate reason why all of that money put into the airport was justified, we'd love to hear it.
Okay.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Because I guess if you want to make an argument, there is a competition with one airport.
Well, it's Buffalo.
Or Syracuse, I guess.
Well, Syracuse
but I
is
think
like
that's
losing
less common.
airlines. Yeah, they lost Southwest. So But Buffalo and Rochester seem to be battling it out to be the premier airport of West
But you're
Virginia.
only going to Buffalo for cost, not because it's a
Yeah.
better airport.
Bingo.
Well, I think there's generally more flights in and out of Buffalo. Than,
Yeah, but that's the only reason you're going there.
exactly.
You're not going there.
Yeah.
That's a
Right.
nice airport.
You're not going it because you have a choice between the two.
Bingo.
Right? Yeah.
So, like, you're going to Buffalo for something that Rochester just simply can't offer, either a cheaper flight or a flight to somewhere that is direct that you wouldn't get in Rochester.
Right.
I've never thought to myself, I'd rather fly out of Buffalo because it's a nicer
Comfy.
airport.
Right.
No.
And, like, the airport doesn't have a say in what the flights cost, right? The airlines set those prices?
Well, but the airport charges them.
I understand.
So that would also affect things.
Okay.
I don't know.
The price of the airport, like the price that they're charged. The
No,
airport's
so let's say
charging.
you just sunk $50 million into this airport.
Sure.
Well, they're going to charge those airlines that cost is getting charged to somebody.
Okay, so
they're not going to eat it.
Let's just pause for a second, right?
Right.
Because, like, look, I feel like we're on the same page here. That maybe the money that was spent here wasn't necessary.
Right. Because you could have gotten lower airfare.
But you also agreed with me when I said that we don't know how this works, and you're doing that thing that you do.
What do I do?
Where instead of saying, "Hey, would it be possible if," you just angrily make a statement. And then, because it came out of your mouth, you like imagine you heard someone else say it.
I'm pretty sure probably they could have passed those savings on to us.
Okay, now you sound like a 1980s infomercial. We cut out the middleman and we pass those prices on to you.
Pennies turned into dollars.
Be dialing. No, like, we can have a legitimate discussion here without, like, jumping to conclusions that we don't know how an airport works.
Right. Hey, they can take off your land.
Yeah,
What do
that's
you know?
okay.
You're
They
talking
charge
about
you to land.
pricing.
Okay.
You know, they charge you to land.
What are you talking about?
They charge you to land at the airport.
What do you mean they charge you?
They
to
charge the
land?
airlines.
Okay, so they don't charge you to land. They charge the airline to land at the
You know, you kind of pay for what
Oh, my God, will you shut up?
Let me tell you something.
Would
My
you shut
tax
up?
dollars.
All right, I guess the question is this.
What's that?
As we talk about Rochester being named the 7th best airport, small city airport in America, and folks that have spent time and justified, tried to argue for all of the money that's gone into the improvements of the Frederick Douglass Rochester International Airport and Euro Central. If you could save $200 a flight each way,
Yeah.
but for some reason the flight takes off from a shelter in the middle of the airfield, would you take that flight instead of spending the extra $400 combined? And
Yeah. I mean, there'd be a line down the street
Yeah.
to save that kind of
Yeah.
bank
Okay,
on it.
I know that there would be people that would do it. Would you do it?
Yeah, I ain't got money. Look, I'm not fancy boy like you are. Jetting off to London over here.
Sure.
Going down there to the U.S. Open.
Did you just say?
Champagne pet boy.
Did you, bad boy?
Yeah.
Why is there a boy on the end of it?
Always is.
Did you just say, while wearing a turtleneck sweater and a shacket with polka dot socks and penny loafers, that you're not a fancy man?
What's fancy about all that?
Okay, so it's 50 degrees out right now. Let's say you had a 7 o'clock flight, and
I'm going to say $400.
but you're in an open. It's just an awning, right?
Yeah.
You're in an open outside.
And here comes the jet. Pulls up. I get in.
You get right on.
I'm doing it. You don't think I'm man enough?
I'm not going to say anything. Kimmy, do you believe Tommy that he would do that to save the money?
I mean, you won't have anywhere to sit, most likely. You might be cold.
Well,
You might, it might ruin your shoes.
But I'd also be outside.
Yeah.
And when the plane pulls up, it's going to be loud.
Yeah.
Would there be any effect?
It may also really hurt your little ears.
So I'd have to put my hands over
Yeah.
my ears?
Yes.
No, not your ears.
My ears?
Little ears.
Thank you. I don't think you would take that extent. Like, you sit here and you crap on the money they spend on the airport. I think you would spend the extra $400.
I tell you what, my wife would.
Your wife would take the. Oh no, I believe that.
Do you think though, like you might do it once and then realize, oh, this is a different experience that I don't like, and then probably never do it again?
I mean, there's a possibility. But man, $400?
Yeah.
You know, it's always been fascinating to me because, you know, with us traveling the way we did, we spent a lot of time in airports, bus stations, train stations. I never understood why we invested so much money in airports, but not in bus stations and train stations, because people tend to spend more time in those things than they do in airports.
But nobody uses them as much, I guess. Not that many people take that as transportation, like long distance.
But do people not use them because they're afraid of what they look like?
Maybe you've never done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're always in really bad areas of town.
But that's the
too.
point that I'm making. You know what I mean?
But
Like,
it's always been like that for some reason.
well, I'm sure, like, you know, the train, you can't move the train tracks.
No, and that was probably established, in the 1800s. That's why we got to do trains. Got to be beautiful around here.
It is disappointing though, because if there was more investment throughout the years in train travel, I would absolutely do that every time.
I had pleasant experiences taking the Amtrak, except that one time.
Every time I took the train, it sucked.
Really?
And the bus, forget about
yeah, the
it.
bus is different.
Oh, I'm sorry, man who said he could handle the shelter is not going to complain about bus and train travel. I'm not a fancy man. Ew, I don't like it. Excuse me, where are your wipes to wipe down my little table in front of the train seat? Thank you.
But even in fancy cities, the trains always pull into the most crappy areas of the city. And if you're taking odd hours, you're getting let off in the middle of the dark.
It's strange,
It's
right?
sketch.
Middle of the dark.
Middle of the dark.
Middle dark sketch.
But that's going to be the name of his autobiography, The Middle of the Dark.
You know what I mean.
And it's all about the inside of his head. No, but it's funny, right? Like you never see, and I guess it wouldn't work because an airport wouldn't be in the middle of a city, but you never see an airport in a bad neighborhood.
No.
But you're
So
right.
it's kind of out there a little
It
bit.
feels like every train station and bus station is in a place that you look around and you don't want to be in that city.
Yeah.
No, it's just
Like you already know that about that city based on what you saw in 60 Minutes.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in again. Rochester, the Frederick Douglass Rochester International Airport and Pinwheel Sail Expo.
It has to be the only airport named after a person that never had been in a plane.
No, there's plenty of those.
I don't think so.
LaGuardia never got on a plane. Scared to fly.
Really?
No, you idiot. I just made that up. See how easy it is to make you believe things?
It's got to be the oldest name on an airport.
No, there has to be. There's not a Lincoln Airport somewhere. There's got to be. Abraham Lincoln Airport. Kimmy, can you Google it for me? Think about all the Washington. There's a George Washington Airport.
I don't think it's I think a Washington airport named after the city, but
No,
I don't think it's a George Washington, first president of the United States airport.
What's Washington, the city, named after?
No, but I'm saying the
I'm
airport
trying to remember.
is named after the town.
Oh, I forgot they named George Washington after the city that he in the country moved to. You idiot!
No,
They didn't name the airport after George Washington. They named it after the city. That's
Wait,
named
the
after
airport in Washington, D.C. is named after Reagan. It's
Dulles.
Reagan and Dulles.
Dulles. No, I understand. I know there's a
And
George.
Bobby Dulles flew, baby.
Bobby Dulles.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Member of the Rat Pack.
Start spreading your actual wings.
He was wearing that same outfit you wear today. Bro, there's no way that Frederick Douglass is the only man that never flew on a plane where an airport is named after him.
But it is weird, like, because we did it recently, too. Like,
No, I know what you mean. It is, look,
I mean, there's a million things to honor the guy with.
we had this discussion of like this kind of felt like one of those things, like something else is going to happen racially in this town, and folks are going to be like, we named the airport after him. Good enough. Good enough. See what we did? We did enough.
True.
Kimmy, what do we have for a George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson?
I couldn't find a George Washington airport, but there is the Abraham Lincoln Capitol Airport in
Springfield.
Illinois.
Has to be Springfield.
Okay, so there you
Yeah, is it? Yep, Springfield. You're right.
All right.
Stupid take you have.
Well, they were also buddies.
Yes, I
So
understand.
probably Lincoln was pulling for
You
him.
think that's what it was? Yeah. After he
Freddie, got my own airport, man. Don't let him stiff you.
No, actually, that statue downtown where they're shaking hands, they're talking about who's going to get their airport first. 252 WCMF with Rochester being named a top 7 small city airport in the country. A lot of people saying, see, all the money we spent on the airport, justified, but I don't know why it matters.
Because, it's not going to increase anything.
We got Facebook messages coming in. Blake has a theory.
Oh, Blake.
We'll get to Blake's theory in a second, but first, let's talk to Barber because we were talking about bus stations and train stations.
Yeah.
He's on CMF. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. Before I get to my point, if you can find a little short-billed baseball hat, Tommy would look like a Major League Baseball umpire who only calls foul balls.
But you were saying, Barber.
Have you ever been to the train/bus station in Utica, Central Station?
Yes, I have.
I mean, that sounds lovely.
It's gorgeous. It is designed just like the old Grand Central in New York City with the marble
It's
column.
in Utica.
Really?
Fresco.
So Utica and Schenectady, Albany have really good-looking
Do
train
they have
stations.
a lot of people like coming in and out that way? Maybe.
New York City,
Well,
I'm
Albany.
assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But even that really nice train station in Albany, Barber, is in not the greatest neighborhood.
It wasn't a bad area, but it's been gentrified, and there's like a lot of new restaurants and a brewery just opened up across the street. Like a craft
Wait, they got a brewery now?
Well, you know how to make a train station work.
What do you do?
Put a brewery in it.
The brewery. Well, actually, what they did is it was run down years ago, and what they did is they put the DMV in there and probation.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of lovely people I'm going to run into.
But it's really nice. So there's a nice restaurant in there, and it has the last functioning barber shop in a train station in the United States. Old school, like a 3-seater.
Hey,
And
Barber, I love you, buddy. That's the stupidest fact I've ever heard in my
Got a
life.
3-seater old school
They
barbershop.
have the last functioning barbershop
At a
inside a
train
train station in America.
Had one of them razor straps and everything.
Tommy would love it because they still would give you the real thick phone books to put in the chair so he could be high enough for the haircut.
Oh, yeah, he loves white foam all over his face whenever he can get it. Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. The last functioning
Barbershop in a train station in America.
In America.
If any of you
All
looking
right.
for Utica train station facts, you've come to the right place, the break room. Going back to the airport thing and asking why you wouldn't just have a tent where you can catch
Yeah,
flights in
keep it
Rochester.
base.
Base. Blake writes us, excuse me. I don't know about airports. Good start. Oh, I get it. But maybe nicer airports attract better airlines. Are they looking for more modern places, which then give travelers more options?
Okay,
that could be a legitimate argument.
But I don't know. Do airlines care about stuff like that?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, because like Spirit's here now, and Allegiant is or was here.
I mean, all
now.
the top carriers are here, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they're going to be everywhere.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
like they own the place, right? Like I mean, like the
Talking
smaller.
about those unique
Those
flights that we
regional
talked about.
carriers
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Do they prefer nicer looking airports? Does it
I
attract
would assume
smaller
like
carriers?
size of the airport would matter more than the quality of it,
But again-
right? Just because you need the space and the amount of people buying those flights.
Yeah, I don't. It's probably a bad discussion to have, seeing as how none of us have any knowledge how this works. But I do know now.
What's
that
that?
if I'm looking to get a haircut at a train station in America,
Where are you going?
the only place I could go is the train/bus station in Utica.
All right, so if I walked up to you and I said, "Pardon me, boy, you know where I can get a cut and shave?"
Yes, sir. The Utica train station. That is actually a song that's on a record, I think. It's called "Cutting Hair in Utica." Let's take a break. When the port, what's the word I'm looking for? Strike news.
Yeah.
Showed up the other day.
The East Coast.
It was just a matter of time before people started like running out of
Freaking
grabbing.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hoarding. Look, we saw what happened with COVID. We knew it was going to happen, right? Okay, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
There was one item that people have started hoarding. Did you see this story?
Yeah, I did.
You don't. How could you?
Is it the same thing that we always seem to hoard for some reason?
Yes, and I get that we may have like a little PTSD from all we went through before.
Yeah.
But I would think that would make you feel better about it.
But this is the one thing you don't need
Thank
to
you.
hoard.
Just Google it before
Yeah.
You don't have to do this.
We'll tell you what we're talking about next year in the break room on CMF. Look, I understand that we all went through this, right? And maybe your knee-jerk reaction is to not be put in a spot you were in before. But the fact that we all did this made life harder for absolutely everybody. And here's the ass kicker. You don't even need to do it.
Yeah.
You can't Google before you decide to start hoarding?
It's too late.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock this morning, Tommy made a very interesting observation the other day.
I did.
Well, we found out on Tuesday that Von Miller, Buffalo Bills linebacker, will be missing the next 4 games based on a suspension that we still don't know what it's for. We have an idea, but we're not sure. And Tommy started rattling off some events, not on the field Bills news, but off the field Bills news. And the statement he made for such a small market might be right. And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So as we speak, the dock workers strike across the eastern seaboard, port strike, and down into the Gulf continues, right? And now that it looks like there isn't going to be a simple, quick, soon fix, folks are starting to talk about what we could be going without.
Yeah, shortages.
You got it. Folks potentially worried about coming up short have started going to the grocery store to get the stuff that they don't want to not have in the house.
Staples.
You got it. You got it. They're going to ride it out for the long haul. And it's another incident where toilet paper has become something people started grabbing.
So it's the go-to grab item, right?
Yes, immediately.
Yeah, before water or cans of tuna fish.
Well, I mean, you don't need to import water from Europe.
No, but you don't need to do this either.
But you're saying like stocking up just in general.
Like this is what you grab first now.
Okay, so here's the thing. You said you saw a story yesterday at a BJ's
in Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay, and there was a line out the door.
Yeah, in and out. And they were coming out with just cartloads of this stuff.
Okay, so it turns out there is no need to hoard toilet paper.
No.
Not because they think they have enough coming in through the ports, but because 90% of the toilet paper we use is made in America.
Wait, it's not European toilet paper?
It is not, unless you are someone like Tommy. You are not buying fancy European toilet paper.
Euro wipes?
Euro wipes, no.
Yeah.
And even past that, let's say we went through the 90% of all the toilet paper in America. The other 10% of the toilet paper we use is mostly made in Canada and Mexico. And those toilet papers come in on trucks. So in no way can this port strike affect how much toilet paper we're going to have.
Yeah.
Why are we so stupid?
I don't know.
What? You didn't look.
It's learned behavior.
Okay.
And it's you see somebody panicking and then it's like a domino effect.
Yeah.
Well, they're stocking up, so I better stock up before it's gone.
It's an ass chain reaction.
Okay, but that's just it. Like now, people feel like they actually have to go get toilet paper because so
Which
many
is
people have
causing
started
a shortage.
hoarding toilet
Right,
paper.
so now I got to go make sure I got some toilet paper.
Okay, but like if you're worried about not having toilet paper, right? Like with COVID, there was no answer. You didn't know when it was going to come to an end. You didn't know.
We didn't know anything.
Exactly. So like, although it was not good, logically it made sense.
Right.
In this situation, all you had to do was Google, will there be a toilet paper shortage? And immediately it would have said no, because 90% of our toilet paper is American made. Red, white, and blue wipes.
America.
Yes.
But I would even think after going through COVID at this point, it would make you worry a little less about the supply of things, because even during COVID, like maybe you had to wait a little longer to get things, but I can't think of something like that was completely gone forever.
I know we're forgetting something.
But it was the fear of the unknown, though, back then. Like, you
Yeah,
didn't
but
know
that's
how
what
long...
but I guess that's my point. Is like we got
now
through
you know.
it, and now
Yeah.
you kind of know, and you saw like, oh, maybe we panicked a little bit there over some things, so maybe we'll be fine here.
But that's the funny thing about panic, is when panic sets in, logic flies out the window.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And it's actually the funniest part about this is it's not just the toilet paper. We found out yesterday and throughout the week that there will be a handful of items that will be shorted.
Yeah.
Bananas being one of them.
Sure. Which is an imported tropical fruit.
You got it. Like very bothersome. I'm eating every banana like it might be my last.
Okay.
Because you know how important bananas are to this show. This banana, the break room runs on bananas.
Yeah.
That being said, stories yesterday say that this shortage that people are expecting may not hit the way we think it will.
Oh.
Because it turns out that the buyers in these ports, big businesses, have known for months that there was a potential for a strike. So, just in case, they started overbuying things.
So they stocked up the warehouse.
You got it. There are warehouses and stores that already have extra things anticipated they won't. The contract won't get done. Now, here's the thing: if this goes a few weeks, certain things could start to get a little scarce. But for now, at least according to the experts, there isn't really anything you have to worry about.
So relax.
Unless, of course, you're a morning show that runs on bananas, in case you're totally screwed. In which case, you're totally screwed. But yes, like, just read something first, man. Like, just There's news everywhere all the time.
Yeah, but not everybody has the luxury.
Any question you have can be immediately answered. Just ask the
Well,
question.
I don't know, unless you're asking, Jan down the street.
Don't ask Jan. Jan doesn't know. What does Jan know?
I saw on TV, I saw on the internet today that they're going to run out of toilet paper, so you better go get your toilet paper.
This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
You're hoarding a product that's made in America out of fear it won't be able to be imported. That is happening right now. 252 WCMF again. There are stores across America reporting that there are folks lining up to hoard toilet paper because of the strike at the ports, docks, up and down the eastern seaboard. Problem is, 90% of our toilet paper made in America. The other 10% made mostly in Canada and Mexico, and you don't need a boat to bring stuff in from Canada and Mexico. Comes over on trucks. So what's the next thing to be hoarded then? So I guess like sugar and cocoa or cacao. Is that?
So all the imported like spices and everything.
You got it. That could be affected if this goes a couple
Cocoa,
of weeks.
all that stuff. Yeah.
They said imported wines, beers could be affected
All
by
right,
that stuff.
coffees could come. Coffee would come overseas.
I thought that was.
Well, that can come up through Mexico,
Yeah.
can't it?
It can, but if you drink like the stuff I drink, it comes out of Italy.
Oh, so if you're a douche?
But you can have you may have to change your brand, but you can get coffee if you want coffee.
How do you jump on my team here and make fun of
Well,
these people?
what about my Italian coffee though?
And that just fell out of your stupid Italian mouth.
So, and I drink Irish whiskey.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Unless they move Ireland over here, I got to load up.
They don't distill Jameson here?
No, it's distilled in Ireland.
Are you sure there aren't some distilleries here?
St. James Street, Dublin, Ireland.
Okay.
Unless
I
I'm
stand
aware,
corrected.
but I don't
Kitty's on
think
it.
so.
I remember there being a story about that a couple of years
And if you drink imported, like if you like Guinness and stuff like that,
that's gonna be a problem.
all that stuff's going to be a problem.
So the funniest one was I was watching Under the Desk News on TikTok. V, big fan, and she was talking about. She goes, the French cheese.
Okay.
French cheese could be a problem.
All right.
So if you had any French cheese parties coming up, you may want to delay those.
All right. Put the brakes on your French cheese party.
How many people in America
consume
French cheese to the point where like this is going to ruin?
They're really going to be out of luck without their French wine to go with that French cheese.
But can't you eat like cheese that's made like a Wisconsin same cheese?
Can't you drink like coffee made here, like same coffee?
You could. I wouldn't lower myself.
By the way, Irish whiskey is only distilled in Ireland. The Irish Whiskey Act of 1950 states that Irish whiskey must be distilled in Ireland. Anything made outside of Ireland disqualifies a spirit from being classified as an Irish whiskey.
See?
So there's like a couple of things that I consume on a daily basis I need.
So you're going to go hoard Jameson.
I always keep a case at the house.
How long does that case last you?
6 bottles, 7 weeks.
Okay, you better hope to God they figure this out. How about Tommy will be out there trying to, guys, let's figure this out. I think there's good points on both sides here.
Hey, coffee's the other big one. I always keep cases.
I love how, like, Kimmy, we start this break with, like,
don't panic.
Yeah, who needs this stuff? Yeah, man, oh, no, oh, my fancy is going away.
Well, ever since COVID, I always make sure we have, like, certain things, like, on hand all the time, like that.
So wait a minute.
So I'm constantly
So you're stocked up.
We always kind of say stocked up.
Kimmy just said you ended up being fine. You're like, yeah. You don't need. We didn't. It was a mystery of the unknown. Now we know it. And you literally follow it up with, since COVID, we hoard.
Not hoard, stocked up. I just like we have boxes in the living room.
You got an extra bottle at all times.
No, he's got 6 extra bottles. He said he's got a case.
In the basement.
That's hoarding.
That's a case. You buy a case.
Did the lights just break?
Yes.
Okay, because I thought I was having a stroke. All right,
me
good.
too. Yeah, that did scare me a little bit.
Got alarming.
All right. I love how we're all so racked with illness that all 3 of us thought we were dying in different ways.
I thought my hearing aids like just shorted out or something.
All right, let's take a break. Stop hoarding toilet paper and bananas are what you have to worry about.
Yes.
All right. This was a very astute observation by you. And it comes off of the news about Von Miller this week.
Yeah.
Because this Von Miller story has been national news.
Yeah.
And it was national news when allegations, whether or not this is what the suspension was for, showed up last season.
Yeah.
And it turns out for being such a small market, there are a lot of Buffalo Bills stories that make national news that have nothing to do with what they do on the field.
Right.
And we'll get into Tommy's theory next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The NFL now gets just as much attention off the field as it does what happens on the field. And some teams get more attention than others. But after a story that broke out of nowhere earlier this week, Tommy may have noticed something.
What's that?
For one of the smallest markets in the NFL, the Buffalo Bills sure as hell make a lot of national headlines for stuff having nothing to do with playing football.
For many years.
Yeah.
Many, many years.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:30ish. It is political season. And political signs are up everywhere.
Yeah.
Except for one town. And it's a big town.
Oh.
I mean, I guess you may see them, but you see a whole hell of a lot less because of this town's policy, which seems very anti-American.
Oh, wow.
But we'll let you be the judge because this town says they're doing nothing wrong and nothing about this is illegal.
But they're taking away my freedom?
I mean, look, that is a slippery slope to go down. We'll let you decide. We'll give you the facts and you decide. In the break room coming up after 8:30 here on CMF. So we found out on Tuesday, Bills outside linebacker Von Miller is going to miss the next 4 games. And by the way, we still don't have a definite reason why he was suspended. We are assuming it was for the allegations from last year. But Tim Graham from The Athletic said the Buffalo Bills told him they were not given an actual reason. And then McDermott was asked about it earlier this week, and he said he could not comment. So it's not out of the question, although the chances are small, that something else happened that we don't yet know about. Anywho.
Right.
After we talked about it, we went to commercial, and Tommy did one of his, look off in the distance, think about something moments, right? His brain worked for the first time in weeks. And you made a comment.
What did I say?
You don't remember what you said?
Yeah, I remember.
What did I say? You remember? Yeah, I remember.
I think they may lead the league in off-field, news stories.
Like
the Buffalo Bills.
national
Yeah.
off-field
I'm going all the way
stories.
back to, you can start with OJ maybe, before, but OJ would be the biggest.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's start talking here. Do the Bills have the most off-the-field stories, non-football related, of any team in the NFL? So Von Miller is the most recent, but that's not even the most recent attention-grabbing. You brought up OJ. We'll loop back around to that. DeMar Hamlin would be the most attention-grabbing.
That was
as of recently, yeah.
Right.
And granted, that happened on the field, but it became...
Yeah, it became something completely different than football.
It took over, it was beyond football.
DeMar Hamlin became the most famous person on earth for a week.
Yeah.
And Western New York was the center of the news universe for a few days. I remember going to that game after, and you had international news van. How did they get the van from China? It's got Chinese writing on it.
Ship it over.
International news, celebrities.
Okay.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like people that wouldn't even maybe normally be paying attention to football at that level of fame were commenting and donating money.
So let's talk about OJ. Right? Find me a team that has had to deal with anything close to that.
No, you'll let's hope we never do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But from the impact that player had to what they became, because O.J. Simpson was no question at that point the best player in franchise history. And he was one of the best players to ever play in the NFL. He's a Hall of Famer. And he goes from one of the most beloved figures, not only in Buffalo, but league-wide, to a monster immediately.
Right.
But past those 3 we just brought up, there are smaller instances. And before we get there, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why are there so many stories like this off the field for the Buffalo Bills? And even more strange, why does it happen in, 1, such a small market, and 2, on a team where over the last decade they've made it a point to bring in guys of high moral character that don't make a lot of noise.
There you go.
Yet we're still showing up in the news outside of football.
And sometimes it's a really bizarre thing too that people can't explain. Wasn't there was the one season where I can't even think of the player's name, was found in a field?
We talked about this off air.
Cyrus Kwanjo,
Yes.
Bills offensive lineman.
Wasn't he just in his britches?
Yeah.
So, he was in his underpants. He was still an active Bills player at the time. He was on the side of the road in Elma, which is west of us. He had pulled off the side of the road. He hopped an electric fence.
Yeah.
Quickly.
And when the police showed up, he yelled at them to shoot him. And that was the last we heard of Cyrus Kwanjo, which understandable. But that came 23-year-old kid came completely out of nowhere.
So who was the
strange.
kid that was naked in a hotel room in Los Angeles trying to get in or out of the room? He
Wide
was melting
receiver
down?
Zay Jones.
Right.
Yeah, so him and his brother were in this, and there's video of it. You can go watch it where he's trying to kill himself by jumping out of a window. He's on something.
And he's naked.
Yeah, and his brother is begging him not to do this.
But then I'm also thinking of something else now. When this is not a player, but the dude that fell out of the stadium and landed on another fan.
Well, okay.
And you can watch that video of his little body falling out.
He lived.
Yeah.
But still,
the
Understood.
people below him are probably more hurt.
Here's the thing. I don't want, like, there's actually way more of that happens
I
in
know.
other stadiums.
Right.
So, like, maybe that's not unique.
but that's
to
the
Buffalo.
one I remember seeing video of.
Yeah.
Sure. You also have all the stuff LaShawn McCoy may have been involved in while he was here.
Oh, yeah, because he was with the police department in Pennsylvania.
There were allegations that he got into a fight with off-duty cops outside of a bar in Philadelphia. There was a weird story of a female acquaintance of his, an ex-girlfriend, being assaulted at his home while she was there by herself, and there were whispers, accusations that she levied that he paid someone to break in and take back stuff that he had given to her. That was national news for a while. Okay, even more unique. If I'm not mistaken, the only active player, NFL player, that lost his life in Vietnam was a member of the Buffalo Bills. His name's Bob Kelso. He's on the wall when you go into the stadium.
Wait, so he was a player, he got drafted and died?
He may have gone over.
Okay.
I should know this story. He
But
was
specifically Vietnam.
he was the
Yeah.
only, if I remember correctly, Bob Kelso was the only active NFL player to die in Vietnam.
Wow.
I mean,
And even like the with all the Taylor Swift stuff, probably the most famous scene is Kelsey shirtless,
yeah.
handing the child off into the to meet her in the middle of that game.
It is funny. It's almost like a scene out of like biblical ties. Like, take my child.
His big gut hanging out, like that's probably the most bizarre of all the Taylor Swift stuff we saw.
yeah. It's up there.
So why does this happen with us?
I feel like there's stuff we're forgetting. What about maybe this wasn't national news, but when Marcel Darius crashed his car,
Racing on the
Racing
into the
at-
Chinese
yeah.
buffet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that was national news.
It wasn't?
But there was that story.
but he got in
where-
trouble a couple times and suspended.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
look, it is kind of hard when we live in this bubble around here to figure
Yeah,
out what
right.
made headlines.
It seems
and what
like maybe a bigger deal here than it may have been.
What was surprising to me is looping back to this Von Miller story from the other day. That is what started this conversation. We were sitting in here on Wednesday morning after it broke, and obviously it's a big deal here, and
Right.
based on the allegations and the on-the-field stuff. It was on the national news
yeah.
scroll all morning.
Yeah, that was a big story.
It's like, why? Okay.
Because he was a big star. you know?
I mean,
He won a Super Bowl in Los Angeles.
Sure,
he
and
ended up
Denver.
doing Dancing with the Stars.
I forgot he was on Dancing
I
with the
think
Stars.
he won.
I forgot about that. So, is it the small market that actually causes this stuff to happen?
Could be.
Because, like, you know, there are, you would think, like, being in a bigger city, there are more ways to get in trouble. But what do they say? Idle hands are the devil's playground? Like, if you're in a smaller market, you have more opportunities to maybe do things.
Yeah, but
or
it's
when you
not
get
even
That'll
always
explain some
happening
of it.
here. Like some of these incidents, even though they were Buffalo Bills, it didn't happen in Buffalo.
Okay, so Von Miller, if that's what he was suspended for,
The
the
Zay
accusations
Jones
last year,
thing
yep, that
didn't
was in
happen
OJ
here.
retired.
That was in California. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
So is there just some, like, you know, you always laugh at me when I say that we cheer for cursed franchises, right?
So you think there's a hex or a curse on the Bills?
Explain it.
I can't. It's just random.
It's also possible
Right.
that other NFL teams all have similar stories like this. And if you picked any team,
Yeah,
you would be
you
able to
could
find
find
like
a
10
list.
stories like this. But I was even trying to do that last night.
Right. And what'd you come up with?
I mean, nothing. But then again, I wouldn't know if the
I mean, there's
backup
certain franchises that make, like the Cowboys, the Dolphins, tend to make a lot of noise.
Yeah.
I was thinking like a city
Yeah.
more similar to Buffalo, like Cleveland. Like, would they
Well, yeah, I
have
mean,
a
Johnny
long
Manziel
list?
was
Yeah,
like a
I mean,
whole
they've
thing.
had
So was
some
Baker
weird stuff.
Mayfield. Yeah, I mean, you know.
Hmm.
Jim Brown, all that stuff.
Oh,
He was
yeah.
yeah. So maybe we're not unique to this. Maybe every NFL franchise
Is a mess.
I mean, it would make sense, right? Like, I mean, you look at what nobody ever talks about with NFL teams and sports teams in general. Again,
What's
we're
that?
talking about after the story we told you about Von Miller with the suspension for the next 4 games. Tommy off the air said, you know, the Bills are being such a small team.
Right.
Make a ton of off the field news that becomes national news. Like when you put together a football team, a hockey team, a basketball team, a baseball squad,
Yeah.
whatever, right? You are taking dozens of men from all over different parts of the country, sometimes the world,
Yeah.
jamming them in a room together and saying, be friends.
Yeah.
And then some of those guys will bring friends and family from where they're from so they can all live together and feel supported and not feel alone, which can also create problems because you're bringing in elements from the place you came from.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a recipe for stories like this to happen.
But it doesn't, I mean, but that's like every kind of sports franchise.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I think, like, okay,
All right.
like right now there's a new documentary or documentary and a dramatic movie about Aaron Hernandez, the Patriots tight end, right? I mean, if you start looking over
Yeah,
the
they've had
list,
some not so great things happen.
But they also were winning Super Bowl, so you understand why they'd be in the news more.
Yeah.
Although I guess any active player that murders somebody,
multiple people,
probably going to be
a little bit
making the news. Are you disappointed that maybe it's not just us?
Yeah, kind of.
Why?
We kind of had some.
And also, some franchises have much shorter histories too, so maybe give it some time.
Yeah, Jacksonville's just warming up, baby.
No, I mean that's a good point, right? Like the Bills have been around since the 1960s,
around a long time.
over 60 years.
Because I always think like warm climate, more fun, more time to be outside, getting into trouble. You would think places like those franchises would have a lot more issues, like the Dolphins.
Okay, but cold weather cities, you're stuck inside with people, right?
Yeah, but
you're
you can do a little more fun outside with the booze and the chicks and the fast cars.
Man, no matter where you are, if you got money, you're going to find fun.
Yeah, true.
And if you're in a place that doesn't have fun like a Miami, like Los Angeles, like Las Vegas, you got to create your own.
All right.
And like that's maybe where things go off
We're
the
more
rails.
creative.
Well, not in a good way.
But we're still creating.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill, talking about the Bills, says, it's bad ownership. Ralph Wilson looked the other way, and so does Pagula. If you had owners that held players accountable in Buffalo, this wouldn't happen. What? Again, name me another franchise. Like, as we're starting to, like, pull this out, what owner, like, can you name an owner of a franchise that hasn't had a player accused of something horrible?
No.
There have been owners that have been accused of things themselves.
No, okay, well, they actually.
I'm trying to think of how many owners are actually liked.
Yeah.
Like people go, man, we got a cool owner,
Well,
man.
the Steelers love their owners.
Yeah, but they're probably sick of them.
Now, look,
They've been around since day one.
And here's the thing. Don't misunderstand me. I would appreciate an owner that like sees something happen and go, look, I just can't handle this. I'll let the money go. But if you want to like hang that on Ralph Wilson and the Pagula family, I don't think that's fair compared to everyone else, right? I don't know.
Billionaires are nice people.
No, I'm not saying that either. I'm also not saying that. Was Ralph Wilson a billionaire?
I mean, in today's dollars, I'm sure he was.
Kimmy's on it.
I mean, think of what he paid for the Bills in 1960. What?
$75.
You may be close.
No, it wasn't $75.
No.
You idiot.
He was not a billionaire.
Okay.
But I bet you he was, in today's dollars, he'd have to.
Do we have a net worth?
The franchise would have to be.
Well, no, because the franchise just exploded in value.
Yeah, well, I
It's
mean,
not about-
it says after he died, his estate sold the Bills for $1.4 billion. But
Yeah, so while living, not a billionaire. No,
But he had an asset that was pretty good.
Okay.
I don't know.
Tommy Finance.
What did he make his money in?
Oh, that's a good question. I should know this.
Yeah, you should. He was like a daddy to you.
I can tell you
But
everything.
he fed you.
I can tell you every detail about Ralph Wilson you need to know.
That man actually gave you warm meals. You don't know what he did for a living. Your football daddy.
I know his wife was a world-class tennis player.
Yeah.
I know that he lent the Chiefs money to keep the thing afloat. I know he wanted a franchise in
And
Miami
he's not even
first, and
from
they
here.
told
He's
him
a
no.
Detroit guy,
He's a
right?
Detroit guy. He also owned a piece of the Detroit Lions at one point. I have no idea what he did.
He
Real estate.
invested in Michigan area mines and factories.
Oh,
He took over his
man.
father's insurance business. He also eventually purchased manufacturing outlets,
He ain't a
construction
billionaire?
firms, television and radio stations.
There you go.
Yeah,
Damn.
he had his hand in a lot of different things.
Yeah, but it was like in the 40s and 50s, right? Where like if you had $500, you could buy everything. I own this now. It's mine now. Get out of my mind. Get out of my mind.
And guys at old coal mines and stuff like that, those were good guys.
Let's take a break.
All right.
It is political season,
Oh, yeah, buddy.
and it's hard to drive down the street without seeing political
Bro,
signs.
they're
everywhere you look.
all over now.
Hey, look, here's the thing. No matter how we feel about them, it's understandable, right? Like, we live in America. You should have the right, even though we don't think the signs do anything, to exercise your...
Show who I support.
Exactly, thank you. But there is one town you will drive through where you won't see many, if any, signs.
Oh.
And it turns out that in this town that you were once a resident, Tommy, it costs you.
Really?
Yes.
There's a fee?
Okay, so that might be misleading. But I'll explain what's going on here. How the town says this has existed forever.
Yeah.
How the town says we are not doing anything wrong. And how some people look at this and go, well, you know, kind of.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. God, it's such a good song.
It is great, too.
And there's people ready to go crazy in one specific town, Tommy, because election season represents democracy.
Oh, yeah.
When you think democracy, when you think America, you think freedom.
Freedom of choice.
But one town does not give its residents freedom
That's what they're saying.
to express who their Democratic choice of the upcoming election will be. Actually, that may not be correct because there is freedom to do it.
Yeah.
You just have to do a little something extra. And although this has been a thing for a long time in this town, and although this town says they're not breaking any rules, something about it seems wrong.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. If you drive through the town of Webster, you may notice something.
Oh, yeah. Quaint place.
There are no political lawn signs. Well, I take that back. There are a few.
All right.
But there are
not a lot.
many fewer lawn signs than you would see in any other town, which is strange right now because we're a month away from an election. There isn't a ban.
Okay.
But if you want to put a lawn sign in your yard, there are some hoops that have to be jumped through.
Okay, so what are my hoops?
The town of Webster charges to put up political lawn signs.
So there's a whack
Yes,
on
there is.
the sign.
You got it.
So, like, how do I get the sign from the political person, like their campaign headquarters,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I put it in my yard.
Yes.
But do I pay the fee when I get it at the headquarters, or do they have to do I have to cut a check to the town?
So based on the story on News 8 last night, it doesn't seem like the personal people that put it in their lawns pay the fee. It sounds like the candidate
has to pony up.
Yes, or candidate, or what do you call that? Like the
campaign
party.
share.
Yeah, thank you. Has to put up the money. So the rules are, if you want to put up 10 or fewer signs, that person has to pay $25 to apply to display them,
Right.
and then put down a $75 deposit. If they want to put up more than 10 signs, they have to pay a $75 application,
All right.
and then put down a $100 deposit. And the town says they do this to make sure the election signs come down quickly at the end of the season. And that would explain the deposit, I guess.
Right.
Doesn't really explain the application you need up front.
So I guess to keep the signage down.
That's what their argument is.
So, like, like sometimes they're not even on lawns; they're just on the side of the road.
Yeah.
And you'll see
Yeah.
like 10 of them. Is that how do they get? Because they just go out there and put those on the side of the road.
Somebody owns that property.
Yeah.
Now, some folks,
Well, it's just a curb. It's like the town easement.
Understood. Yeah.
So they pay for all that then.
Unless people put those out and nobody's
And some
done
of
it.
those stay out forever.
Okay. So when this story hit yesterday,
Yeah.
Tommy, some folks got very upset. Even going as far as saying as what Webster is doing is unconstitutional. But the town disagrees. They say the permit requirement goes back at least 40 years,
All right.
probably more.
Oh.
And I quote, poses no First Amendment issues. So, if you want to put signs out in Webster, you better get out that checkbook, bitch.
You got to pay to play, baby.
You guys cool with this?
I don't hate it because it gets so crapped up and it's pointless. Like I could get putting a few up, but when I see like those string of signs down the street, or some guy's got 7 in his yard, come on, man.
Kim, you okay with this?
See, here's the thing.
You're taking
because-
democracy too far.
Okay, Castro.
So I missed some of the rules because I was on the phone, but
$25 application fee and
Okay.
a $75 deposit for 10 or less signs. $75 application fee, $100 deposit for 10 or more.
But the
My
money's
ass-
on the candidate or their
It's what it sounds like.
okay.
their headquarters.
It's what it sounds like.
But my assumption would be if you prevent people from putting up these signs, or at least limit them or make it more difficult, they're just gonna get louder with other things.
Good point.
You know what I mean? So
Good
like,
point.
yeah, maybe I can't have my sign, but I can, deck my house out with whatever message I'm trying to send,
Okay.
right?
All
So
right.
I don't think you're gonna prevent the message from being put out there. You're just maybe amplifying it
Okay,
in some cases.
that's a good argument. All right, so going back to just the sign part of
All
it
right.
here, right? Look, I'm with you when it comes to how I feel about political signs. They are pointless this day and
Yeah.
age.
All
I
right.
don't understand why it works, right?
It never worked.
I honestly don't even really notice them most of the time.
But thinking that they're dumb doesn't mean someone shouldn't have the right to put one out if they want to.
Well, you do have the right.
No, but you're limiting the amount of people
making it
that
more
are able to
difficult.
do it. Yes,
Yeah.
like you're standing in the way of someone being able to say, "This is who I support as a candidate," and that seems very un-American. Like you have to spend money to get your voice heard. Actually, I take that back. That seems super American. But like from this point, it's still problematic. It's a problematic thing that. Okay, let me put it this way.
All right.
It can put certain candidates for elected office at an advantage and a disadvantage because some of those town seats, your town justices, school board members, etc., they can be decided by single votes.
Yes, they can.
And I guess the most effective way still to campaign for those small offices would be lawn signs. If someone doesn't have the money to print the signs and pay what the town is asking for, how is
Give
that
somebody
not
else an advantage.
Yes, how is that not a
But
disadvantage?
you're kind of too busted to run then.
But what is too busted to run?
Because you have to have bank to run. You can't just run.
But I guess the argument should be you shouldn't need that to run.
Thank you. Like, I mean, your argument is we're basing freedom on how much money you have. Is that a country you want to live in?
Yeah, well, yeah, monetary freedom.
Monetary freedom? I mean, like, as you talk it out, it becomes problematic. It doesn't? Am I wrong? 252 WCMF. If I'm wrong, tell me why. I'll listen.
But there's other ways, like if you just want to support your take the candidate out of it. You just want to support your guy. I guess there's other ways you could do it.
Okay, but the most traditional political season way is the lawn sign. And I think Kimmy's right. Like the least disruptive, although the signs are still disruptive, would be the standard lawn sign because we're accustomed to that. Right? Like,
but this is all brought, but you brought it on yourselves for never cleaning this stuff up at the end of the season.
You think that's why?
It is, yeah, because it's an eyesore. They say that's why there's a deposit to make sure you go pick them up. If you would have picked them up, you'd still have your democracy. But you got sloppy. Now you got no democracy.
So you want to eliminate democracy because of clutter.
Pick up after yourself, democracy. And by the way, you can still hang Trump flags and whatever else you want to do on your house.
Are you sure? I mean, what are the?
I can put a Trump flag on my house. I could put any sign I want.
But what
or
are
a
the
flag.
What are the policies when it comes to that stuff? No, because I bet you there are towns that limit that stuff, and if they wanted to enforce it,
I don't think you can.
So,
have you ever heard of somebody having to take down a flag in their yard?
Well, first of all, it also depends on if you live in a HOA, homeowners association.
Okay, well,
Let's say your
different.
standard neighborhood. I could put a FU so and so thing out.
Yeah, you
No,
can
you can't
hang
put
whatever
that out.
banner
You
you
can't put an
want,
F word.
can't you?
Yes, you can.
No, I mean people do. It's not. There are places where it's not okay, and they either
Understand children
enforce it or
can see it
don't.
and pick up a dirty word.
But that's what I mean. Like now we're splitting hairs as to what's okay and what's not okay. And if I simply want to show which candidate I support, which again I think is stupid because the site doesn't do anything, but I live in America, baby, and that's not the America I grew up in.
All right.
I mean, it is, but I don't want it to be the America.
Well, you grew up in a raggedy neighborhood.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, everything was kind of crapped up. Never picked up around your place. Didn't your father have like multiple years signs still up there?
So yeah, my dad was big lawn sign guy, and he used to get furious. My dad somehow like got involved in local politics.
Well, yeah, he was a mover and shaker.
Yeah, no, he was a
Shook
shaker.
a lot of hands.
He was a shaker, but only when the sugar hit him. My dad, we would have an unbelievable amount of political signs in the yard, and he would get furious with me because I'd be like 7 and 8, and I would use them as like imaginary tackling dummies with a football. And I would like when he wasn't around, I would like take the ball, and blast through him, and he would come home and catch me something. And even at 8, I like argued like if they lose, they're not going to use this sign again. You can't even use it if they win. It's got the year on it. So watch out, Brian Cox. Here I come. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this policy in Webster when it comes to political lawn signs. If you drive through the town, you may notice there are much fewer signs. Am I saying that right? That doesn't seem right.
No, I got you.
Okay, great.
Much fewer.
Nope. Thank you for saying
Fewer signs.
Thank you, Kimmy.
Fewer much signs.
Any other town, and it's because they have a deposit and pay policy. Any candidate or candidate enthusiast that wants to put up 10 or fewer signs in Webster has to pay a $25 application fee and then put down a $75 deposit. If they want more than 10 signs, it's a $75 application fee, then a $100 deposit. Town says it's because they want folks to take them down at the end of election season to get their money back. And they say it's been on the books for over 40 years, and it is not unconstitutional. I'll put it this way.
All right.
Let me throw it at you this way.
All
I
right,
see you guys on hold. We'll
Toss it over my way.
What do we believe in here, Tommy?
What's that?
Do we not believe in freedom of expression? Think about the struggles that the men and women who came before us had just for the right to choose.
Yeah.
Folks were persecuted for simply wanting to vote. We're the hometown of Susan B. Anthony and Frederick Douglass.
She hung it out there, man.
There are folks who put their livelihoods on the line. There are folks who risked being ostracized, imprisoned. There are folks who were even killed defending our right to have a voice.
Right.
What do you think those people would say if we could walk them in this room right now and be like, hey, Webster wants a deposit and an application fee for a political long sign? Come on, man.
But I mean, I always figured like if I wanted to run for an office, there's probably an application fee I would have to pay just if I want to be a candidate.
I mean, we don't know that for sure, but even if there is, fine. This is another barrier.
Yeah.
You're just adding barriers. Like, right? Like, look, we all want to romantically believe in the American dream, right? That any kid from any place in any part of the USA can build themselves up, and if they see something they don't like, right, that they can use their voice and fight for the social change that they want and eventually run for office. And it seems the further we get along here, the less of a reality that is.
Right.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
And I know in the grand scheme of things, a $25 deposit and a $75 or $25 application fee and a $75 deposit is not that big a deal compared to everything else. But for God's sakes, why are you just throwing lawn chairs in people's way when they're chasing after the American dream, Tommy?
All right.
That's not a country I want to live in.
So you want it wide open?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, again, I agree with you. Signs don't do anything. But just because I think they're stupid doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to use them.
But you can. But you got to pay in this country. You pay for your freedom.
Okay.
Freedom costs. Freedom ain't free.
Yeah, freedom isn't free with the blood of patriots. Freedom shouldn't have a $25 deposit. You want freedom? $25 deposit.
Somebody did call and say that this actually goes for all lawn signs. He said whether it's the Boy Scouts putting something out or
Are
any
you
like
kidding me?
yeah,
the Boy
he said like
Scouts
any like organization trying to like promote something
In Webster?
It's the same rule for all of those types of signs.
But I think the freedom of expression argument still applies. Wait a minute, you're going to charge the Boy Scouts for putting
That's
out
what this guy
popcorn
said.
signs?
I don't
Are
know.
you
It's
kidding me?
according to one
Come
caller.
on!
Webster's making money, baby. They bring
And
it
I don't know
in.
if he meant specifically Webster, if this happens in other places too.
So
but-
there was a story last week on News 8 talking about how political sign season had opened. And we were surprised to learn that in the town of Greece, you could only put out political lawn signs 6 weeks leading up to an election.
there was a time frame. Yeah.
Yes, and the day we talked about it was the day you were allowed to do it, and we were shocked by that because if you had driven around Greece the last couple of months, there were political lawn signs up everywhere.
Yeah.
So it didn't feel like Greece enforced that rule, and even that there was an argument about freedom of expression. But this seems worse. Seems worse
because you got to pay. You gotta phony.
Yes.
Because it can't. Isn't there a rule too? Like you can't have political signs too close to a voting area.
Yes. What is
yeah.
it? 100
Something like that.
1,000 feet.
100,000
that's
feet.
perverts.
Yeah, 100,000
That's
feet.
perverts. Perverts are 1,000 feet.
And if you're a pervert with a political sign, forget about it.
You're done, baby.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. You know, I kind of like this idea because I really am sick and tired of my neighbors or your neighbors or the entire city feeling like they need to tell me who they support. Well, one side of it. The other side of it is maybe these candidates can use some campaign funds to pay the people to advertise for their campaign. I mean, they pay the TV stations, they pay the radio stations, they pay for print advertising. Why not pay me to put the sign in my yard?
Well, you specifically, nobody wants it. But Rammer, I think you're making my point without realizing you're making my point because you're right. There are candidates in every office they're running for that have the ability to pay for TV and pay for print and pay for newspaper and pay
they
for
got a war chest.
promoted things, right? The only even playing field in politics left is the lawn sign.
It's the flimsy ass sign.
Yeah, so for you to throw that money out there now, I think, Rammer, that makes it even more hard to swallow.
That's why they have campaign donations. If you don't have enough people to make the donations to support you, then maybe you shouldn't be running.
Okay, did you hear what you just said?
Well, what I'm saying is, it's like you're essentially putting out information that says, "Here's who I support." And once upon a time, Tommy would remember, you might not. Most people kept that close to the vest.
Yeah, I remember 20 years ago when they just started putting out political signs.
No, I'm just saying, it's like we really didn't discuss who we supported, who we were going to vote for, we weren't trying to convince anybody that, you should vote for my candidate because I have their signs in my yard. You're not changing my political views by having a sign in your yard.
Yeah, he's actually right. The only person that ever wore an Ike button was Eisenhower.
Rammer, thanks for the call.
See you
buddy. I
guys.
appreciate it. That was the worst take.
Nobody
I've ever
talked
heard.
about politics before,
No.
Right,
or as
listen,
much as they do now.
I understand.
I guess
FDR.
maybe
Never made a
maybe here's
noise.
what I'm gonna elaborate a little bit to maybe what he's trying to say. Like you probably weren't as bombarded. You could get away from it easier back in the day.
No, but you had radio
'cause
and TV.
Yeah, but I'm
and-
saying, like, but you think about your phone. You're probably
Oh, yeah.
constantly.
Yes.
It's almost impossible to tune out of it at this point,
All
right?
But I think that's more of a product of the technology we
Yes,
have.
yeah. I don't think people are talking about it any more than normal. I just think it's maybe in your face more.
All right, look.
And there were certain candidates, you could kind of blame for this too, like FDR.
What do you
He
mean?
never could go get his sons.
Remember when they asked me to go get his sign?
I'd like to go get my sons, but my legs don't work. Eleanor, throw them in the trunk.
Look, if you want to talk, Tommy brings up a great point about political buttons, right? If you walk into any antique shop,
Oh yeah, JFK,
racks of them. They
Jack,
go,
those Jack buttons.
they go back forever and ever and ever, and people collect them, and I always find them very fascinating, right?
The Nixon button was famous.
And like, if you want to talk about hot political times, right? Look, I understand that we
what's
are
heating up,
living in very contentious
Oh, yeah.
political times. But did you not read a book or live through 1968?
Yeah, they were pretty cool back then.
Yeah.
It's
right?
hard to riot in bell bottoms.
For God's sakes. Well, they sure managed to kill a lot of candidates. I mean, like, go read it. God. Gosh. Nobody talked about politics. They just started shooting candidates all over. What? Okay.
All
right. We have strayed away from the simple concept of
Political
deposits and political
Everybody
science.
minded their own business back in the day.
Look, I will ask this question, and then I'll get off my soapbox, and I'm sorry, right?
Yeah.
Do you want freedom of expression or not? And I get that there is an argument for freedom of expression when it comes to certain things, right? Things that can get people hurt, there's a debate to be had. Things that are out and out lies, there's a debate to be had. There is a nuanced discussion. I don't understand the argument for you can't display who you should vote for because you're not going to clean it up. You want democracy, vacuum the floor.
Pick up after your democracy.
It just makes you sound...
It's a party, right? When you get done with a party, clean up.
Look, man,
Pick up after yourself.
I hear from guys your age that every young person today is soft. Every young person today is soft. When I look at my grandfather who served in Korea, when I was in D.C. and I'm walking around and I see the World War II memorial, the Vietnam memorial of these men and women that passed away defending freedom, when I walk past statues of Frederick Douglass and Susan B. Anthony's house in downtown Rochester and what they sacrificed, for you to tell me that it's an inconvenience for you to look at a lawn sign and you should pay me, that is soft.
Well, just follow like other parties that clean up. Like you never see like the Communist Party. I never see any commie side. They're very clean.
Let's take a break. Let's get out of America for a second.
Okay.
We're going to Britain.
Okay.
I mean, they're not Britain's biggest band. But, it's funny. They're legendary and they're a household name. But I do think people underestimate the unbelievable success that this band has had that we play on a regular basis. They have just sold their music catalog for an obvious, insane amount of money. What's funny about this is, one, they hate each other, yet they somehow managed to get this deal done. But two, this seems like a bargain compared to other bands, especially with the album that is included here.
All right.
I will get to it. Tell you who it is next in the break room on CMF. Ooh, buddy, these guys are rich.
Yeah.
They were already rich.
Yeah, pretty
like
much.
the richest of rich, right? But what's surprising about this story is although this is a knee-weakening amount of money, it may not be enough.
Oh, you think they got shorted?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, the new thing for classic rock artists, and really anyone that's been around for a long time to do, is to sell their music catalogs.
Right, all of it goes.
Yep, the rights, publishing rights, everything. They sell it to some company who's then going to turn around and put those songs in movies and commercials. And yes, exactly. Every time they get played, and these artists no longer own their music. So that being said, you can add another classic rock group to the list of folks who are selling everything they've ever created. That would be Pink Floyd. Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Actually fits perfectly. You pull it down upside down. All right, so do you want to guess? You saw the story with me this morning.
I did.
Okay. Pink Floyd sold their entire music catalog for $400 million.
So that sounds about right.
Okay.
But you're saying no.
Okay. So here's my
I
argument.
mean, that sounds like a lot of money.
Look, bro, of course it's almost $500 million.
Right.
Yes,
And they've
a lot
already
of money.
made money off of all these tunes.
They own multiple castles.
Yes.
I'm not making that up. So Pink Floyd has the most successful album commercially of all time with Dark Side of the Moon. It was the longest charting Billboard record ever. And in fact, the record's not over. So right now, it has been on the Billboard Top 200 for 990 weeks. Kimmy, can you divide 12 by 990?
Like 400 years.
So it fell out of the top 200. Earlier this year, it re-entered.
Oh.
It's back again.
Okay.
So it keeps click, 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 click,
Oh,
click,
yeah.
click, wrapping up weeks. What do we got?
82 and a half.
Wait, no, it's no. It's not. Hasn't been on the charts for 82 years.
That would be impossible.
Wait, you said 990?
Weeks. I'm sorry. 52.
say.
Why are we so bad at math on this show?
don't know.
82 years.
400 years ago.
4.3.
Nope.
Oh.
Wait, what? I don't even know what we're doing. You
It's
said
been a long,
52
long
weeks.
time.
52 weeks.
divided by-
909. No.
Oh, 900. I thought you. Okay, hold on.
We were using a calculator
Hold
and we're
on.
still idiots.
900
990 weeks.
Why can't
divided
you
by
add?
52.
Wait, no, yeah, 52 weeks a year, right? Okay,
no,
what do we got?
No.
990 weeks, and there are 52 weeks in a year. Yes, so 52, 990 would be
19.
19?
The 19 years?
It can't be. It seems more.
No, because that album came out.
All right, let's stop trying. So it's
It's pretty good.
It's really, really
It's
good.
really
it
good.
holds the record for most weeks on a
All right.
Billboard chart. So when you hear the number 400 million, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen sold his publishing rights.
But he is the boss.
He got 550 million.
Wow.
Bob Dylan sold his publishing rights.
Ooh.
He got, he got
Village
five,
money.
he got 500 million.
All right. But
Okay.
that's not the WAPA.
The-
Wait, what about the Beatles?
Okay, so I have the Beatles sold their publishing right?
So the
rights?
Michael Jackson bought it.
No, yeah, but they got them back, if I'm not
All
mistaken.
right.
And this was back before this
Yeah,
was like a
true.
major thing. The record holder
Numero uno.
for the most money made
Oh, it's gotta
selling
be
their
MJ.
catalog, it's not.
It ain't
You're not.
MJ?
And here's it's the ultimate justification for every argument we've ever had in this room. You want to
How
guess
about
who it is? You want to
I
guess who it is?
can't wait.
Oh, no way.
Guess. Go ahead. Tell me.
Queen.
Queen.
How?
You want to guess the number?
It's not even that good.
You want to guess the number?
Well, what was that top? What was 6?
550 right now is what we're at with Springsteen.
Did they get 6?
Queen
Great.
sold their music catalog for $1.27
Man, somebody got
billion
ripped
when did they
dollars.
sell
Billion
it?
dollars
What a
recently.
sucker.
It was in
I
June.
was going to say, it had to have been
It
recently.
was in June.
Yeah.
And
That's a sucker.
it wasn't even for all of their music.
Oh, wow.
Because they don't even have that big of a body of music compared to some
Right,
of
it's
these artists. Like
relatively
Bruce.
short.
You're kidding me, right?
Bruce has a
Queen.
larger volume of actual music he's written.
Well, yeah, because Freddie Mercury died in
Don't
91.
forget, and Bruce wrote music for other artists.
Okay.
But does that count, though, in his...
Well, I mean, it's
He
Catalog
owns.
of music.
If he wrote it, he owns
I
the
didn't know if
publishing
it-
rights.
if
to
it
right?
only-
Here we go. Here comes lawyer Tommy. I'm wearing a turtleneck. I'm taking my publishing rights. I don't know about Queen, but I'm going to try something for now.
Well, you can't tell me Bruce Springsteen is a far better artist than Queen.
Okay, well, but now we're splitting hairs. What makes
Yeah.
By the way, you love to crap all over Springsteen. Now you're going to use Springsteen to argue against Queen? Where you at? Look at you. Oh, my head's spinning. I can't even have a take,
I put my
man.
money on American artists, even if I disagree with them.
So when I tell you that Queen got 1.72 billion, 1.27
So
billion,
there's no ceiling then.
Well, the ceiling for Pink Floyd was $400 million.
That's shocking.
Thank you, right? It seems light.
Yeah.
And with Dark Side of the Moon, and I mean, that's just one of their
Right.
gajillion albums, right? Like, $400 million?
Yeah.
So the
They
funniest...
get a bad agent or something.
Well, unless they just wanted to be done with it.
Yeah, they could just want to put it all behind them.
We'll take almost $500 million.
You know, kidding.
Fine.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, Pink Floyd has sold their catalog, everything they've ever created, for $400 million, which sounds like a hell of a lot of money, and it is a hell of a lot of money. But when you compare it to other legendary artists, Springsteen getting $550 million, Dylan got $500 million, and Queen in June selling it for $1.27 billion.
So who's next to cash in?
That's a good question. I mean, anybody who wants to.
Well, I'm thinking of the older artists that have that big of a body of work.
I mean, the Stones.
They're pretty much, the Stones would be number one.
I mean,
the Stones have got to go for $2 billion.
I don't know, man.
It's the Stones.
I can't imagine what theirs would be.
Stones and
worth
Zeppelin.
today.
Look, Zeppelin's up there too. But again, Zeppelin, compare when it comes to like body of work.
They stopped early.
Yes, sure.
But the Stones have gone on.
Yeah, but when's the last time they had a hit?
Probably in the 80s?
Yeah.
I mean, a major hit.
Yeah, that's
it
what
would
I
be
mean.
in the 80s.
Yeah.
Steel Wheels?
No, they had that album in '96 that blew up.
They kind of phoned it in, and they were just like doing the alphabet.
What did it sound like when Mick was doing that?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, baby. Don't even get me started on M, N, L, P.
You forgot L, you dumbass.
We don't do L's very well in England.
In where?
England. Because we don't even say London. We say London.
You said we don't say London.
We say
nuh-uh.
We say
You're
nuh-uh.
an idiot. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
I heard there ain't no L's in England. So June of this year, the record was set by Queen.
Yep.
But you know what happened in July of this year?
What?
Rick Ocasek and the Cars sold for $1.3 billion.
No,
Really?
the Cars?
The Cars?
I can't believe it either. I think they stink, but whatever. Yeah.
They don't stink, but I mean, they're not that. They ain't worth a bill house.
I'm trying to think what they got. I mean, you got like 7 to 10 hits in there, but like with a body of work.
Right. Not even close.
Yeah, I don't know. The other thing I want to know is how in the world did David Gilmour and what the hell's the other guy's name?
Oh, Roger Waters.
How did they come to an agreement?
So that's the funniest part. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me cut you off just to catch everybody up. So that's the funniest part about this, and we talked about this almost exactly a year ago.
Yeah.
David Gilmour and Roger Waters despise each other. They have publicly feuded over the last couple of years, and they have said terrible, terrible things about each other and their spouses to the press. And Jeremy, I guess when there's $400 million on the table,
bring it together.
You find a way to make up.
I agree because Sid Barrett, he's been dead for years, but his estate was involved in it, and then Nick Mason, he got a cut of it as well. I'm just really surprised that out of all the things that have been said between the two of them, that they were able to come to an agreement over this because they are still playing separately. They're still touring.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess if I was presented with, let's be honest. If I was presented with $100,000, I would sell my soul. So $400 million, yeah, I'd do it in a second.
Take Jeremy. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Bye, Dix.
There goes Jeremy. 252 WCMF. We now have theories as to why Pink Floyd only went for $400 million.
They sold short.
Can you? Don't you even start.
They sold on a short.
There ain't no L's in England, and now here comes Financial Tommy.
Yes.
Again. Just because you're wearing a turtleneck doesn't make you smart, dumbass.
It doesn't hurt. I just need a pipe.
Kimmy, can you confirm? I got a pipe for you.
I would love to puff on a pipe.
We don't have time. Kimmy, can you please confirm the Rick Ocasek Cars story? Thank you.
That makes no sense.
I don't get it, man. You might think it's crazy.
Right.
I can't really get to it. The song doesn't really work from that point. Let's talk to Bill. Bill, why did it only sell for $400 million?
I heard that they just sold the catalog, but not the publishing rights.
So they're still going to make money if people cover the song,
or they
put
play
the
it, yes.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Right.
Exactly, yeah. And for some strange reason, if they ever come out with new music, they're allowed to do that as well. So that's probably why that number. I would agree that would probably go for $1 billion if they sold everything.
Okay.
But I'm sure that's probably why it's short.
Bill, it's funny you say it's funny if they ever come put out with new music. The most recent time we talked about Pink Floyd, and again, this was almost exactly a year ago. I believe it was Roger Waters redid in his own way.
Oh yeah, we played it.
Dark Side of the Moon. It's horrific. It is horrific, but maybe that's why he wanted to keep the ability to like re-record all of the albums without David Gilmour involved.
Exactly, and someone's going to buy it. You know what I mean? So
that makes sense why Taylor Swift bought all her stuff back.
Bill, thanks for the call,
Or
buddy.
didn't she pull some move to get it all
she
back?
re-recorded her
Yeah.
music owning the rights.
Because she writes all that music herself.
Yes,
right?
and then her
So
management.
she's going to be worth like a Trill House when she gets done.
Yeah, if this trend continues where people want to
Yeah.
keep buying the publishing rights,
People found that loophole.
I do get the impression, and again, it's just a theory, that the reason all of these artists are selling now,
They're old.
And they're worried that AI is going to find a way to get around this.
Oh.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like sell while I still can. And
And
Okay.
at your age, cash out, man.
all right, Kimmy, what do we got for the cars?
I have no idea what I'm looking up. I was
Doesn't
on
matter.
the phone during this story, so
I have no idea what you guys are talking about on the radio show that I'm on.
well, no.
I know, I'm kidding.
You're very busy.
People had a lot of information to give me,
Doing so good, Kimmy. You're
so I
doing
missed Jeremy's call.
All right, let's take a break. By the way, real quick, I'm sorry. I love to bring this up every time the cars come up. Right, Rick Ocasek,
Yeah.
one of the ugliest men you've ever seen.
Right.
Right.
Married one of the hottest women on the planet. I forget her name.
God damn it, because I forgot too.
God damn it.
Kimmy, real quick, Rick Ocasek wife. Thank you.
Model, supermodel.
The only top 10 hit, if I'm not mistaken, maybe it was number
Cher, he
one.
married Cher.
He did not marry
Oh,
Cher.
Cher.
Like his current wife,
Cher's talking to
or which
herself.
wife?
But
He's been married 3 times.
Hot wife Rick Ocasek.
His current wife is Constance Campbell.
Not
That
her.
ain't her.
No, they can't do that.
Hold on, now I gotta
Damn
do
it,
some
Kimmy.
research.
All right.
So
The biggest hit the cars ever had was the song that Rick Ocasek didn't sing.
Ooh.
Drive.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, the highest charting song they ever had was the one where Rick Ocasek stood to the side and let somebody else take over the vocals.
oh no, I'm sorry, that was his first wife, not his current. He's not married right now.
All right, no, look, we're out of time. Now we're never going to know who Rick Ocasek was married to.
Oh, he's single.
Way to go. People, tune into the break room to get their most updated Rick Ocasek news.
On a classic rock station.
With, by the way, it's not updated because this happened like 30 years
Yes.
ago, right? But he's got $1.3 billion,
All right.
or at least a quarter of it.
Damn.
Let's take a break. Speaking of money, you know what who could really use $400 million?
Who's that?
People looking for childcare.
Oh, yeah.
Because something's got to give here.
It's insane.
Something has got to give. Well, it's insane.
I did not know the price of childcare.
It gets worse because it turns out
What?
that childcare now costs twice as much as this in Rochester.
Ooh.
We'll tell you what it is next on CMF. Something has got to give.
What happened?
It is not feasible for folks in the greater Rochester area to do this. And we've seen in history things like this change the way that we actually live.
Oh.
So with a lot of families having a hard time affording both of these absolute necessities, what is the change we're going to see that makes it better? Kimmy, you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF.
What happened?
Okay, it's too funny.
Did you see that tweet?
All right, so just real quick, we were talking about Rick Ocasek of the Cars, talking about the publishing rights. We found out that the Cars sold their stuff for $1.3 billion. Okay, and we were asking who is Rick Ocasek's current wife. Yeah, turns out he doesn't have a current wife because he died in 2019.
Wait, he's dead?
He's dead.
So he was married up until he died.
Oh, but that's usually the way it works.
We talked for 10 minutes and nobody told us he was dead. And by the way, Vex Patriarch who texted us, way to come in on time. All right, Tommy?
Yeah.
The rent is too damn high.
It is, Pat. It's ridiculous.
We already know that in Rochester.
Yeah, the kids are struggling.
And the price of homes, monthly rental payments, they're much more expensive compared 5-6 years ago. Childcare also costs a fortune.
I didn't realize how much.
So you just realized this with the birth of your grandkids.
Yeah.
And you can be forgiven for not knowing. But what we're about to tell you is going to blow you away.
It's shocking.
Now, again, you know what it costs to live in Rochester.
Right.
The cost
I now
of
know
homes.
Rick Ocasek is dead. So what else you going to shock me with?
Cleared up one more house. Right now, in Rochester, childcare costs twice the amount of rent.
So
Yeah,
if
that makes
rent,
sense.
wait, so if you're paying, what's an average rent?
I got the numbers
$2 grand?
right. I have the number in front of me.
Is it $2 grand?
I have the number. Oh, you think I wasn't going to give you a number? I was going to say that and just go home?
Well, I don't know. I thought
Go
you
to
wanted
Rick
me-
Ocasek's memorial?
Well, you thought maybe you want me to guess, and then you go, I'm out of touch or something.
And out of time.
Yeah.
Right now,
Yeah.
the average family living in the city of Rochester, rent for a 2-bedroom apartment costs $15,684 a year, so a little over $1,000 a month.
All right.
But daycare for 2 kids averages almost $32,000 a year.
So you're paying how much a month for daycare?
Do we want to try this again?
So it's $2,000 a month for daycare for 2 kids?
So $2,000.
So it's a G
no,
kid?
No.
It would be more than that.
Well, not much more.
$2,000 a month would be $24,000
So it's about $2,600 a month
for
and
childcare for 2
change,
kids. in
So almost
Rochester.
$3G a month.
Yeah, you got it.
Well,
Plus your rent.
if you really run
So you're at $4G a month.
You're paying double for childcare than
Yeah.
you are to have a roof over your head. And by the way, these numbers are for the city. It's not just the city. Folks in the burbs who are paying
probably
a
even
mortgage, right, renting, they're feeling the same pinch. And there aren't many options. But at the same time, this is not sustainable.
No.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As we just said, you cannot do this. This does not work. And everybody who's trying to do this understands.
But
and
but
that's
don't-
also not including like if you need somebody to watch your kids. Like I'm assuming this is just Monday through Friday childcare.
Yeah.
We're not taking into account like maybe needing a babysitter on the weekend
Great call.
or other.
Where are
other
you going?
things.
You got no money anyway.
Yeah,
Stay
right.
home. Make some microwave popcorn and shut up.
I was going to go to that car show, but I just found out it was canceled.
So, but daycare, it's a short period of time in a child's life, correct? Like once you hit
Until they go to school, I guess, right?
first grade, kindergarten.
Well, kindergarten, but I
Pre?
mean there is universal pre-K in a lot of places. But even with
they
that
have to go
being
to
said,
after school care.
yes, there's what's called wraparound, which is still expensive, right? Okay.
So you can't do it.
Well, you have to, unless
You got to
this-
unload one of your kids.
The differences you can make to try and not have to spend that money.
Right. What?
All right. So the traditional solutions are one, stay-at-home parent.
All right.
And we told you a few months ago here in the break room that stay-at-home parenting has skyrocketed in the last 24 months for that very reason. If you can make that work, it's an amazing solution. But you'd also have one person in the relationship that has to make enough to support the whole
Right.
family, which is tough these days. You also have to have a person in the relationship that is willing to pass on all the hard work they put into a potential career to stay home with kids.
Yeah, because most of these people are young couples.
Yes, or I mean,
But
but
you're
even
just
if you,
starting a family, so you're on the younger side of things.
but even if you have the money, let's say one person makes enough, right? Like
Yeah.
husband, wife. If I went to college, if I worked in a trade, if I have busted my ass to get to a certain part for my career, asking someone to give that all up, that's a really heavy ask.
Yeah.
All right, so if that's not feasible, the second traditional thing to avoid daycare is family help. Grandparents being the most common.
If they're around.
But that's just it. People are working longer. which means there's less of an option for that than there was back in the day. And even if they are around all day, do you feel comfortable asking your parents to work for you for free during their golden years?
Yeah, I guess you have to. But again, it also costs your grandparents to watch your kid.
Yeah, shut up. Shut up and watch my kids. Tommy, let me ask you a question, because you're on the other side of this right now. If your stepson moved back to Rochester with his 2 kids and his wife, right? And he came to you and your wife and he goes, listen, we just bought a house. I don't know how we're going to do this. I need you to watch the kids every day, Monday through Friday, 9 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
What would your knee-jerk reaction be?
Hey. Because I know my wife is all in.
Okay.
She's all in.
Okay.
Like, she'd be perfect. This would be my wife's dream come true.
Okay.
But I know how exhausting this is, and so does she.
And you've actually been dealing with this a lot recently.
Yeah, a little bit, but on small scale.
Sure.
And it's exhausting. Like, goddamn, it's a full body workout with these kids.
Oh, it's so weird. Like, it's so weird you got this technology after all those years of, you give me a little piece of chocolate, you shut up. Oh, you make it so hard trying to be a parent.
Well, because there's so many rules.
To raising a human?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
way more than when I was coming up.
And again, look at the human we got.
Yeah, great guy, right?
Yeah, you're nailing it. All right, let me ask you. Let's say your wife comes to you and she goes, look, this is not a trick, right? I'm going to leave it up to you. It is up to you, Tommy, whether or not we do this. Could you tell your stepson no?
No.
Okay.
No. That would be like signing my execution papers.
Okay. So either you have a super awkward situation with a family member who says, I don't want to do this for you, or you have parents or in-laws that are resenting you for forcing them to do this. It's a bad situation.
Yes,
so 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Lifestyles will change based on things becoming too expensive. And now that we have the knowledge that rent in the city of Rochester is half of what childcare costs, right? And rent is already up there. Childcare, $32,000 a year for 2 kids.
Yeah.
What will be the change that we see from society so people can afford to work and have children?
I think somebody's going to come up with a low-cost daycare system that cuts the cost.
How?
It's called Kinda Care.
What is Kinda Care? Sell it to me.
We keep track of most of the kids.
So it's natural selection.
Yeah. But the only thing you could do is like lower the cost of these things. But how do you do that?
Well, daycare.
I think insurance is a big reason why a lot of this stuff.
Yeah,
is
I can imagine
expensive.
if you open up a daycare, what it costs to run one of those places.
Oh, by the way, as we have this conversation, there are also a shortage of daycare workers, which drives up the price of daycare. And look, I can't fault those people for wanting more money because that job is really hard.
It's got to be brutal,
right? So like. It's from every angle. None of this is sustainable.
I can't imagine having a second kid right now. Like if you had a kid, if you're thinking of having a second kid, why would you? Based on cost.
Well, you got a lot of love to give.
Yeah, but you ain't got no money for that love.
You ain't got no money for that love.
He sounds like he's writing a bad Ringo song, right? Ringo Starr with his solo album. You ain't
No
got
money for love, baby.
I wonder how many people. And maybe they've tried this already, and I don't know how it would work. But if a lot of people who work from home may try to do both at the same time. I mean, I don't know how easy that is, but I wonder how many people are now looking for specifically jobs where I can do it from home and try to also keep an eye on my kids
what about
at the same time.
Like daycare? And
What
I've
is
seen
rogue
it.
daycare?
Like you run it out of your house. Like
yeah.
there's people that run it
yeah,
out of their house.
Okay.
I used to do that as a kid. All my
Sure.
babysitters basically had daycares out
Is
of their
that cheap?
house.
It's got to be cheaper at least.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're also putting a lot of trust in somebody that isn't. I mean, if you know that person, if they're family, fine. If not, I mean, I don't know how many parents would feel comfortable dropping their kids off with a
But
stranger.
I think that's kind of a thing now. Not that it's like prevalent.
Sure, no, I mean, it may be prevalent. I would understand why people
But like
would want
that's
to
why
do
I
it.
mean, if you ain't got the bank, maybe you do that.
Yeah, but it's
It's
also
still
the
going to be
health-
expensive, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have to pay that person to watch your kid.
Well, here's the thing. So we
Yeah.
gave you numbers in the city. Phone number is 252
Maybe they do it for a
WCMF.
case of beer.
252-9263. Again, the average cost of rent in the city of Rochester for a family of four is $15,684 a year, which is more than it was. The average cost of daycare for 2 kids is $32,000 a year. $32,000. It is double the price of rent. Let's talk to Dave, because you thought that was shocking. Buckle up, buddy.
I'm buckling.
Dave, you're on CMF. What's up, bud?
Hey, I was just calling in about the daycare thing.
Yeah, you're here, bud. Go ahead.
Oh, I just think It's outrageous, man. It's really expensive. We have 2 kids that go to daycare 3 days a week, and it's $585 a week. So it's like $28,000 a year.
3 days a week, $28,000 a year.
Damn,
bro, that's tuition at a SUNY school for 4 years. I'm not exaggerating.
It's crazy, man. It's just I'm out working my nuts off just to pay for daycare.
He's out of nuts. He's got no nuts left.
Well, he had nuts at one point.
All right, so Dave, let's as we talk about the other potential solutions. Do you are you with the mother of your kid still?
Yes.
Okay, so do you guys have family in town?
Yes. Her parents watch them the other day, and my parents take them the other day, and then.
Oh, okay. So you're using them to supplement 5-day-a-week daycare. Okay,
split up.
I get what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I understand. And then, Dave,
So you got to be busted, man.
I'm a grinder, man. I'm in your area, Tommy.
Yeah.
He grinded his nuts off. His nuts are gone, Tommy.
So you have no money.
I'm a landscaper, so.
Yeah.
Plus you're busting your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're just saying things. You're just saying statements. You're
I'd-
a grinder.
I'd jump on
Bust
that.
your ass.
I would jump on that mower and keep going, man. I would stop till I saw palm trees.
Well, Dave, hold on tight, buddy. I
Ow.
believe in you. You can do this. So we got no other choice. What other choice do you have?
Just wait until your kids
Yeah,
grow
I
out of
mean,
it.
the workers are great there. You can't pay them less, so economy is going up, so they need a raise. That's why everything's just out of control in the world.
It's out of control, Dave, Tommy. Everyone's out of control. Dave, thanks, except for your nuts. Those are gone. But thank you for the call, man. I really appreciate it.
God damn.
Have a good day.
Good luck, Dave.
That sucks.
Okay, so with that being said, something's going to change. And
Well, maybe he has to start leaving some of these children behind. I can't afford your ass.
I wonder how close we are to universal health care. Or universal child care, I'm sorry.
Oh, so it's like government-run daycare centers?
Okay, let me put it this way. People are having fewer kids now. That's a statistical fact.
Right.
People are also waiting longer to have kids. That's a statistical fact. That creates a different problem. If there was a place for them to go all day that wasn't going to bankrupt
Like a public school,
parents,
but it's daycare.
Bingo. That could legitimately change the country. And it started happening with universal pre-K a couple of years ago. It was insane to think that towns, villages, cities would pay for universal pre-K for kids, but they did. However, there are still only limited spots. Could you start that at 2 or 3 years old? Because that would save, it would save Dave with 2 kids $100,000 over 2-3 years.
Yeah.
Think about having that money in your pocket. And it may prevent people from either electing not to have kids if they wanted to have kids or being willing to have kids earlier because they have the money now where they don't have to pay for childcare.
All right. But then everybody's taxes go up for the universal stuff.
Look, and that's the argument, but there's that old saying, it takes a village, man. And the lower the population gets, this is an effect on everybody because it would affect you directly because you may be asked to watch your kids.
Yeah.
It would also affect you directly because 20 years from now, there are fewer people to become nurses, doctors, lawyers, old men, feeler-betters.
There is another option, and I don't know how many companies could afford to do this, but if you're looking for people to come work for you and you offer something like this as an incentive, like an in-house daycare, I don't know who wouldn't sign up for that.
So there are larger companies in town that used to offer
Right, I know
daycare to their employees.
it was a thing.
Did
at some
RIT?
point.
I feel like RIT did it.
Maybe.
Still do it.
Or maybe it was too expensive for them to run.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I also feel like, did Wegmans do this for a while in the 80s too? Because I remember
For their employees.
there was a child care center on,
They load them into one of the semis out back.
What's the Wegmans near Ricky's?
Oh, Ladder Road.
Ladder Road, okay.
Yeah, there was that daycare. I think it's still there, the Care-a-Lot or whatever it was. It was Care-a-Lot.
I believe Wegmans owned that at one
Oh,
point.
no kidding.
And if I'm wrong, completely disregard what I'm saying. But I seem to remember that was a place where Wegmans employees could drop off their kids. I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if it was free.
It could just have been convenient.
I
'cause
may
it was
have-
right there.
I may have just
I
made
don't
that
know.
up. But no, Kimmy's right. If you could take your kid to work, they would be in the same building all day long, and they are going to cover that childcare.
Or even part of it.
I'd be the most loyal employee of all time, right?
Yeah.
I'd be willing to take less money. I'd be willing to bust my ass more to keep from losing that job. The business that figures out a way to offer free childcare will be the best place to work in America until we collide with the sun.
There's your challenge. That's a good idea.
I mean, I don't know how expensive it is, but you'd never be short for employees, man. You would never
Well,
be
maybe
short
with
for
so
employees.
much volume of kids, it would bring the cost down. You know what I mean? Oh no, because you're not charging them, but you're also paying them less.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I don't know. And by the way, like volume of kids, there's a law that states for every certain amount of kids you need another adult.
You can't just keep throwing kids in the room with one person.
Let's waive that and just pack them kids in there. They're just gonna take a nap and eat a cookie. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but you want them to wake up from that nap.
They are gonna wake up.
Pack them in, and we're gonna put that on your lawn sign and put
Please
out.
pack them in.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in. More folks waiting on hold. Again, right now in the city of Rochester, and this is mind-blowing, childcare is twice the amount of rent, and rent has gone up a ton. Right now, a family of 4 to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in Rochester costs $15,684 a year. But daycare for those 2 kids averages almost $32,000 a year.
So that's like buying a nice new car every year.
Every single year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, your kids are losing value much faster than that car would have.
Oh, they say once you have a kid, they live like 50%.
Immediately. As soon as you take them out of the hospital. We had talked earlier about ways to get around the cost. We had brought up grandparents, but that's tough. We had also brought up stay-at-home mom or stay-at-home dad. But I had said, it's hard to look someone in the face and say, give up your dream.
So what do you do?
Mark writes us.
He's got an angle.
It's not inappropriate to ask your wife to stay home with the kids or to ask your parents to take them while you work. Obviously, wife comes first, but if you need their income, then mom and dad. We don't know our roles in society anymore. Once you fix that, you will fix this problem.
Roles anymore?
Know your role.
Know your role, buddy.
He's the rock of Facebook messages.
Yes. So mama stays home.
Okay, but what if your wife makes more than you? And what if your parents, even if they want to, don't have the physical capabilities to watch your children? Like, Tommy, you got a really bad back.
You're not chasing that kid around.
You can't. You couldn't physically
It's
chase a 3-year-old.
almost dangerous for both of you.
Yeah. No, legitimately. And I'm not trying
It's very taxing.
like your body would be like playing against Derrick Henry every single night. I would love for Mark. I don't know how old Mark is here, right? Because his picture is an American flag. But I would love to watch Mark as a younger man go to his wife in this day and age and say, "Hey, you're staying home,
baby,
woman." No, baby comes for romantic notes. Woman is argument time. We'll take one more call. 252 WCMF. Eric's got the last word. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Not bad. I just wanted to call in to offer some moral support. I am 33. I don't have any kids, but I do have a sister who has an almost 5-year-old, and I can see how difficult it is. So on behalf of those of us who have no kids and I don't have any plans to have kids, I wish you all the best.
All right, see, I think we all feel better now.
Well, man, I really feel good about America in general.
Crying over here.
Eric, I know, Eric. It was a very kind gesture. Yes. It was a very kind gesture for what you did.
A very empty, kind gesture.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say you're going to offer to help or something.
Yeah, Eric will watch all of your kids.
If I could afford to help, I would, but I'm working over 60 hours a week to pay my own bills.
He's working tough, and he's kind and offering thoughts and prayers.
Moral support.
Eric, let me ask you a question while I got you here, because you say you got a niece, nephew, 5-year-old?
Yeah.
Okay, and you said you don't plan on having kids. Are you not planning on having kids because of how expensive kids are, or that's just a whole other ball of wax?
So, Duffy, the world does not need more of me.
I understand that. All right, Eric.
A self-aware king, as we call him.
Eric.
One is enough. One is bad enough.
Eric, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
No, he's playing it right, baby.
Baby.
He is.
Yeah, except you thought you were playing it right, and you accidentally asked backwards felony grandkids that you're watching.
Yeah, but I came in late to the game, so I'm fine.
Okay. All right, let's take a break. You know, we've been talking a decent amount about music today.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and we are the classic rock station of Rochester, buddy, as I blow on my nails and wave them on my shirt. This man is done touring. He is essentially retired. And what's funny is, Kimmy, we're seeing him more on the charts and on TV as a retired artist than we ever did when he was popular. That being said, this man is missing things.
Like what?
Parts of his body.
Wait. Can you visibly?
No.
All right.
But I think the invisible ones are actually more important.
Probably,
right?
yeah. So innards.
When you find out what this man, who just had his final goodbye tour, is living without, It actually makes the fact that he did the tour in the first place, not needing the money at all, so much more
I
impressive.
am surprised, like, over the years when I find out, like, what people can live without.
We'll tell you
Right.
who it is and what he's missing. Next to the break room. Let's see that. I mean, this is not a guy who you would consider tough. When you wear a giant Donald Duck costume and play the piano,
okay.
Not a lot of biker gangs scared of you.
Yeah.
But he might be the toughest musician out there because based on what he's missing and what he most recently did, for really no reason other than for the fans.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Elton John is officially retired as a performing artist.
Sir Elton.
Yes, he was at Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Was that the tour he just did? One of the shows
Wrapped
was
it up.
Yeah, Syracuse, if I'm not mistaken. And as part of him like winding down his career, Disney is putting together a new movie coming out in November. It's called Elton John, Never Too Late. And it looks like it's a docu-series that's going to document everything from his life where it was to what it is now. And he has a very interesting story.
Oh, come on, yeah.
I will come on.
Come on.
Come on. At one point in the film, he sits down to discuss the health issues he has with the filmmakers. And it turns out, Tommy, that the health issues Elton John has had led to a loss of a lot of his body parts.
Oh, really? Innards?
To quote Sir Elton, I don't have tonsils, adenoids, or an appendix. I don't have a prostate. I don't have my right hip, a left knee, or a right knee. In fact, the only thing left of me is my left hip. Elton John is 77 years old and has dealt with some well-documented health issues. And it sounds like he paid for them.
Yeah.
Because there was the prostate cancer. I'm assuming that's where the prostate went on.
Because wasn't he wearing a diaper at one point?
Yes. He revealed that on
Bladder
his
control?
farewell tour, and on account of the prostate cancer, anybody that knows anybody that's gone through it or has it, right? Like sometimes can't control it.
Benny's a little wet.
He admitted that he wears a diaper when he's performing. Right? Which
kind of ruins the rock and roll image.
But here's the thing: I respect him for it because it's a lot of thing that folks are embarrassed. It's a thing that
when
folks
you
are
sit down
embarrassed
at their
about.
piano, I don't want to hear a squish.
No, because that's the thing. I think that's what works for him too. Is he's not like a guy who gets up and dances around like he's
He
behind a
used to.
piano.
He used to, yeah. He used to
right,
get
but
crazy,
I'm saying,
man.
But I'm saying like you
Cost
don't.
his knees.
But you don't need him to.
Right.
Right? Like if you're going to an Elton John concert, like they do a pretty good job of, making it entertaining without all like the song and dance, I guess.
Did you go to that show?
I don't know if this was the same tour. This was probably like 5 or 6
But you've
years
seen
ago.
him live.
Yeah, and they have him,
What if we
he'll
Seriously,
He'll
she
get
seen
a-
McCartney. She saw Elton John.
We
He'll
just in
get-
Palm Springs.
he'll get you can't get over that. What they do is they move him around stage, but he's on like a platform that moves.
Like
so
FDR,
even when
remember
he's
you
like
just pull up in a car?
even
Remember
when he's
what
moving around.
FDR as Elton John sounded like when he was talking about
Good
going out
luck.
tour?
Let's just make sure Saturday night is all right for a fight. I see my little sister in her braces and boots. Look quite cute.
You kind of picked up the British accent at the end, so I'll give you the points for it. We'll count it. No, I mean, I respect the fact that Elton John wasn't trying to hide his age.
No,
Right?
no.
And like, look, it's a very relatable thing. And a guy, even a guy like Elton John, who has all the money in the world, right, and all the freedom in the world, is dealing with this thing. I mean, I appreciate him for doing it.
All right.
And also, let's not forget, Elton John had serious voice problems in the 1980s, early 80s, late 70s. It led him to having to relearn how to sing.
Oh.
And that's why.
Like it got in his head?
No, it was like a physical thing.
Well, yeah. He had his lip nose removed.
Was that what it was?
But you just said that.
Yeah,
No,
but I
it's
don't know if that
Tonsils and stuff. Yeah, that could affect your singing.
Would it?
Yeah, I would think so.
Can you Google what the voice problem was with Elton John? Because that's the reason why when you listen to early Elton John albums and Elton John albums from like the late 80s and the early 90s, his voice is much deeper.
He does sound very good still, though, for whatever he's doing. 'Cause he's recorded other songs. He still plays live, and I mean, it sounds live. It doesn't sound the same, but it still sounds good.
Sure. So, as you look that up, with everything we're learning about the health problems with Elton John and what he's missing, can you make the argument that he's the hardest working man in show business, or was until he retired?
You would think. I mean, my God, he's had all his joints replaced.
Yeah,
He's like a Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah.
it's got to be uncomfortable
Yeah.
just sitting there.
He's got to be miserable. There's no way you can be comfortable with all that going on in your body.
So with that being said, and I know that Elton John tours with private jets and 5-star hotels
But still,
and
just
everything,
like you're just miserable because you're so busted.
and you're traveling the world. I mean, he didn't need to do that last tour.
No.
He's got more money
Oh,
than
he's
God.
loaded.
I mean, I got a lot more respect for
All
Elton
right.
John doing that as a goodbye to his
Elton
fans.
John, tough guy.
That guy's tough.
In
That's
my
a
duck suit.
That's it.
In my bedazzled captain's cap.
Look, man, diaper in the duck suit. You don't even know. Big ass duck
I'll
ass.
tell you something. There's 10 piano players in this town. None of them send me bedazzled birthday cards.
What do we got for voice stuff?
He had a vocal fold surgery in 1987. It was a surgery to remove the vocal nodules that developed during his 1986 tours.
There you go. All right, so I got the time
So he
off.
sang himself out of work almost.
Well, look, if you listen
You
to...
stress out your vocal cords.
Yeah, if you listen to anything pre-86 and then you go listen, because he had a massive hit on the Lion King soundtrack in the mid-90s. Like, Can You Feel the Love Tonight sounds vastly different than anything he'd ever done before. But, I mean, he managed to pull it off.
Okay. Good for him.
I think I love Elton John.
Well, I like Elton.
I mean, Elton John, I always liked his music and everything, right? But the fact that, I mean, that's... You know, having done what we did on a much smaller scale, and knowing how hard it is to travel and perform and do all that stuff.
He's getting it out there, baby.
I mean, good for that.
Man, he's got to be on every kind of pill.
Yeah. Well, and that's without getting over the addiction problems he also was dealing with.
He
early
had
on,
very bad. He had some massive addiction problems in the early 80s.
Yeah, but I mean, who didn't really at that time, Tommy?
I was always impressed that he drank a bottle of scotch every day.
Did he? He drank a bottle of scotch a day
before he completely crashed. Like there was that right before he did the Dodger Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was like he was really on the end of his rope.
Which, by the way, he did in a bedazzled Dodgers uniform.
In front of Tommy Lasorda.
Remember they had the play-by-play of Elton playing in front of Tommy.
Oh my God! Here comes Tommy Lasorda. He's not happy right now, disgracing the uniform. He also has holding a delicious glass of Jack Daniels in his hand.
I remember when Elton John grabbed that Jack Daniels from him because he was drinking a bottle of scotch a day. And they ended up fighting. Tommy Lasorda and Elton John were
rolling
fighting
around.
on the
And
ground.
all of a sudden, the Philly Fanatic came in for some reason. I think he opened for Elton, which really pissed Lasorda off.
He drove that ATV all the way from Philadelphia. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow. It's a Football Friday, but it's a big one.
Oh, it's a big, big game.
Thank you. Not just big. Big.
Big.
And we're going to do it
Big's
next
big.
here in the break room on CM. I've said it before. I'll say it again. The show we do off the air
should be banned.
That too. It's also 1,000 times better than any show we've ever done. Yeah. That's going to be a Rapperoo.
The old Thursday Rapperoo.
For a Thursday Break Room CMF. That makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, well, first of all, we got to creep it out.
Yep, all the disgusting things. If the mics were running, we'd have been good for a month.
No, I know. We would be fired.
Yeah.
I think what's funny is we're doing our thing, just trying to get a reaction out of each other with the most extreme things we could say. And
But
Kimmy's
it's
actually
it's
trying to have a
legitimate-
conversation.
we have- Okay, for as inappropriate as the conversation was, we were asking legitimate questions.
Not just inappropriate, graphic. Very
Yes.
graphic.
And you were trying to put like legitimate
I was
spin on
trying.
it.
Well, yeah, we were trying to figure it out.
And there's
Trying
gestures.
to come to a conclusion.
And noises being made. And
Yeah,
Kimmy's
yeah.
Kimmy's got her professor glasses slowly down. Well, no, actually, when this.
Certain people I know.
All right, so not only a crew cap tomorrow, we are getting ready for Bills Texans Sunday, 1 o'clock live here on CMF.
This is like the big one.
Oh yeah,
It's the Diggs Bowl.
the rivalry game.
It's the Diggs Bowl. I mean, it's a brand new rivalry because of what happened. Not to mention, I mean, the Texans were chosen in the beginning of the season as one of the teams that were going to dethrone the Bills. It's like a hot team in the AFC. You listen to that game live 1 o'clock Sunday here on CMF. You can go watch the game.
Oh, where would I go?
One of the greatest places in the world.
Oh, delicious food, I bet.
And fantastic beverages. Specials all football long. The Bill Grace Tap Room in Chi-Li. So that's enough. Right?
Yeah, but sometimes they have entertainment at these places.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a pretty big.
They got some chuckle chops out there trying to spread his good humor.
Chuckle chops?
Yeah, what chuckle chops they got out there this week?
You can come hang out with me. I'm going to be at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Chi-Li.
Oh, it's your cheat day
On
tour.
cheat day, bro. I'm going to eat all the fries. If you're looking to buy fries on Sunday, you're out of luck.
Get there early.
I want all of them, and I'm eating all of them. So we'll see you out at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Chi-Li on Sunday, 1 o'clock. Also, tomorrow's a football Friday. Tommy coming off of a golden sombrero 0-5.
Well, that was a tough loss for everybody.
Yeah, that's fair. Nobody was happy about it.
No. I mean, I was happy about what happened to Tommy. I enjoyed that. So we'll get to a Tommy Tells It Like It Is, Houston edition, just after 7:45. We'll have our good buddies, Mike Danger, and from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
By the way, brand new podcast up, Let's Go Duffalo, wherever you get your podcast, the Odyssey app. Ryan, his thing has been like wearing outfits now.
Yes.
And there's no way he's going to be it. Like
That's what we keep saying.
He runs out of steam this week.
Well, but he's getting creative.
Yes. I've been very surprised.
I've known this. I shared a room with this kid. He out
You
of
think
creativity.
you don't think
son.
he's got 5 weeks in him?
He didn't have 3 weeks. I can't believe he made it this long.
I should write this one down. I think he's going to try to pull one off.
Oh,
is this your bonus pick?
Yeah, bonus pick.
So we'll get to that. And we get into why. And here is a statement of the day. And I have numbers to back this up.
Right.
The better day Stephon Diggs has against Buffalo, the higher the chance the Bills win that game.
Oh, so it pushes them.
Not
incentive?
Not the way that you think. No, it's not an incentive. I have statistical analysis. And you know how good I am with numbers, buddy. And nobody else has been saying this.
Oh, we do the math here.
You'll get it here. If Stephon Diggs has a great game, the Bills win.
Oh.
And we'll get to all of that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who was trying to make valid points where Tommy are like,
I know these people. The people that I know.
Great job.
Just trying to
Those
help.
are the know.
I'm trying to contribute.
Know where things go.
For Tommy Muley, who offered a solution in our discussion, which was one of the most horrific visuals I ever had in my life.
Well, I think it's how I said it.
Well, also the fact that it came out of your head is deeply bothersome, especially in that outfit, because it's not out of the question. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.